Good afternoon, America. Welcome to the stream. I'm Samuel Ronan, your future president, and I think I finally timed this idiotic stream ads thing perfectly for a change. Yay! Unfortunately, that's about all of the happy excitement that we can muster because, unfortunately, today's stream is going to be fairly heavy. At least the beginning first few things that we're going over, which is, of course, Bibi visiting America, giving his speech, the ongoing Israeli genocide of Palestinians. And then, of course, yet another woman murdered in her own home by law enforcement that she herself called for whatever reason she had needed their assistance. So we're going to be getting into those. We might be, we'll definitely be online by the time Biden addresses the nation, but he's always been late the past few times. So it'll probably fall under our Age of Empires gameplay. And if that's the case, then maybe we'll push forward until like maybe 8 until he's done talking. But that might fall up at the end there. I apologize in advance for any extremely loud noises. Apparently, today is the day when all of the landscaping is being done at my apartment complex. They can afford landscapers every other Tuesday, or actually every single week, multiple times throughout the week, but they can't afford central air or to lower rent rates. More to come on that. I also have not had a chance to update the website with our growing list of policy positions, such as universal child care, ban child-based conservative political indoctrination, ban private education institutions, so on and so forth, right? There's, I think, 11 or 12, and this list is growing, which is a good thing, honestly. The more ideas we have to showcase the needs of the people and to discuss the needs of the people, thank you, Kayla, for redeeming that, the better off we will be, honestly. I think the more we can encourage people to look at all of the issues and discuss all of the issues and have a platform where all of the issues are actually discussed that isn't Project 2025, the better off we all will be as a country. So, good afternoon, Kayla. Let me make sure. Are we in Age of Empires today? Okay, we are. I guess the being in the hot tub room didn't help us too terribly much. So this is we're gonna start with Sonia Massey, and then we're gonna discuss police brutality. And honestly, I don't even. I feel like my own policy platform with it is not even enough, and it's pretty comprehensive, and we'll get into that as well. But let's watch this, and then
Springfield woman shot and killed by a deputy in her home, calling the shooting senseless. Today, Massey's family and their lawyer, Ben Crump, are meeting with Governor J.B. Pritzker at a church in Springfield. This afternoon, body camera footage showed the 36-year-old black woman's final moments.
Earlier that night, Massey called 911 for help. CBS News' Christian Benavides has more on the video and the outrage over her death. But first, we do want to warn you that this video is disturbing.
Sheriff's Office. Former Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson and his partner showed up at Sonia Massey's home in Springfield, Illinois in the early morning hours of July 6th after she called 911 to report a prowler. After letting them in, she walked over to a pot of boiling water and their interaction became tense.
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I
rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
better not. I swear to God, shoot your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot! Drop the pot! Drop. Investigators say Grayson shot her 3 times. This is how he described the incident to responding officers.
House is cleared. She was the only one.
Where's he going?
No, she had a boiling water and came at me with boiling water.
You shot her?
which she literally didn't.
She said she was going to rebuke me in the name of Jesus and came at me with boiling water. That's what all this is.
Massey's father, James Wilburn, spoke live on CBS Mornings. He says he did not initially know the deputies were involved in the shooting.
Thank God for the body camera footage. It's probably the most horrible and heart-wrenching thing that we've ever seen in our lives. But if it were not for the body cam footage, we would not have known.
He was lying, and he was all calm just after killing
occurred.
somebody.
He also spoke about Massey's 2 teenage children.
They're having
Body camera footage
very hard
suggests
time.
otherwise.
Grayson
Sure
is now
does.
charged with first-degree murder and has pleaded not guilty. Christian Benavides, CBS News.
Honestly, I don't know why she tried to be funny. Which is disturbing, right? First of all, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus is kind of funny. I need you to step away from the boiling water, and then she turns to the water. It's like, I rebuke you in the... That's funny. That's hilarious. If I was a cop, I would have immediately started laughing. I was like, that's good. Just turn it off and step aside. That's what should have happened. But this is America. This is in the... And I hate to say it like this. In the real world, in real America, anytime you interact with police, especially if it's in your own home, regardless of the circumstances, and especially if you're black or Hispanic or don't look like me, you have a 50% chance of dying outright. Do not joke with them. Do not talk with them. Do not instigate them. Treat them like they are a ticking time bomb, because that is exactly what they are. The worst part about saying all that is not only is it true, it's tolerated in America. And it's one of the reasons why I am so vehemently anti-police. I've had my own run-ins with police, both good and bad. But the fact that police can get away with murder and are so comfortable with murdering and escalating situations constantly, consistently, even with a body cam, even when people are filming them on the street. The fact that they continue to do this, despite the protests, despite the civil uprisings, despite the millions of dollars being paid out to families of victims of police brutality, despite all of this, despite it all, police still act like this. The training continues, the behavior continues, the culture continues, the toxicity continues, and the shoot first, ask questions later continues. What's worse is cop cities. There are now 69. It's the one time 69 is used, and it's not nice. Hello from Foxborough. You jumped in right on a heated part of the stream. I apologize for that. To my point, though, it's as if the intention, the design of law enforcement in our country on this day and age is to intimidate and control the population. That is their job. That is their modus operandi. It is not to protect. It is not to serve. It is not to empower citizens. It is to control them and to subjugate them if necessary. That is unacceptable. And I don't care if you're conservative. I don't care if you're liberal, progressive. I don't care if you're black, white, male, female, transgender, Christian, or otherwise. This should bother you immensely, because if it can happen to her, and it has happened to black people, it has happened to white people, it has happened to men, and it has happened to women. It has happened to every single demographic in this country to be a victim of police at some point or another. Veteran status, wealth, being famous even, does not matter. Police will kill you, and they will then cover it up, and they will likely get away with it. Of the few police that actually get prosecuted, few actually get indicted and then sentenced. Most get on administrative leave and that's it. Most get fired and then can get another job in another county. The fact that there isn't a national blacklisting directory is insane. The fact that there aren't federal standards is insane. And the fact that police can get away with murder is absolutely insane. And you can claim that it's unions, but it's not just the unions. It's the law. Qualified immunity. And we now have a Supreme Court that's saying the President of the United States has qualified immunity even for committing illegal acts so long as it was in the line of duty. Police have been using that excuse to murder extrajudicially for decades. And it is only getting worse. Especially when police are being called in to disrupt protesting activities, especially from our students, and they have a penchant for using violence. and escalating use of force and the threat level of a given situation. Now, that being said, oh, and yeah, the burying the cases. I think we did just mention that. It is for that reason why I do have a comprehensive police reform, which we'll go over. Federalization of policing standards. Consolidation of law enforcement agencies, merge local, county, and state agencies into a unified federal law enforcement force, streamline the administrative processes, reduce redundancies, and enhance coordination among agencies, ensure consistent application of policies, training standards, and accountability measures. National training and certification. Establish a national training curriculum and certification process for all enforcement officers. Develop comprehensive training programs that emphasize de-escalation techniques, bias awareness, cultural sensitivity, and community engagement. Implement regular and ongoing training to ensure officers remain up to date with evolving best practices and legal standards. Standardize use of force. Establish clear guidelines on the use of force, emphasizing de-escalation and proportionality. Define, unequivocally, what constitutes a lawful order and the circumstance under which use of force is justified. Implement a robust reporting and review system for all use of force incidents to ensure accountability and transparency. The adherence to federal standards. Uniform Code of Conduct and Ethics. Develop a uniform code of conduct and ethics that sets clear expectations for their professional behavior. Define professional standards related to integrity, accountability, and respect for civil rights and liberties. And implement mechanisms for reporting misconduct. Enhanced accountability. Establish independent oversight bodies at the federal level to investigate allegations. Require the use of body-worn cameras by all law enforcement officers during interactions. And develop protocols for the timely release of body camera footage and other relevant records in case of public interest or alleged misconduct. Data collection and analysis, and this goes in demilitarization, refocus on criminal issues, prioritize resources and manpower towards addressing crime and other serious offenses, and reduce emphasis on routine traffic enforcement and reallocate resources to investigations, community engagement, and proactive crime prevention. This, I don't even feel is enough at this point, because you can't fix this broken, twisted policing system in our country that was built on the slave patrol. We need to destroy this system of policing as it exists in our country. And then we need to collectively decide what, if any, role a policing institution should have in society. And quite frankly, the only thing I can think of is investigating actual crimes, like the actual cartels, domestic terrorism, petty theft, maybe, and breaking and entering, and along those lines, right? Pretty much, that doesn't have to have any social interaction whatsoever. No officer should have to ever interact with a common citizen for any other reason other than to address an actual criminal concern. And the people that would do house visits, like, oh, there's a prowler, they don't have to be police. They shouldn't be armed. Or if they are armed, they should be trained specifically in civil interaction and deliberately ensuring that situations remain calm. Like, how do you walk into somebody's house and kill them? That's... Okay. This gets me heated, and we could definitely talk about this for quite a bit. So let me catch up with chat. I saw the footage of my arrest. They almost killed you. I remember watching it back when it happened, and it made me cry. Yeah, well, that's why I said even I was a victim. And I'm a white male veteran. So if I can be a victim of police brutality, so can you. Don't forget which country many Leos go over to and train in, then bring said training back to the US. Exactly. Demilitarization is paramount. Ban the IOF from training police officers. We need to sever friendly relations with Israel to begin with, because they're war criminals. And that country should be dissolved after all of its members are persecuted or prosecuted for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Kamala and Biden have both expressed dismay about the incident, but guess who has a bad record when it comes to body cams? As DA, Kamala claimed to support the use of body cams. That's not surprising, since it was a very popular thing. But when the state legislature tried to pass a bill to ensure that there were uniform policies on body cam usage throughout the departments, she didn't support the bill. In other words, Kamala did what she always does. Claim to support, then do nothing to follow through and make sure that it becomes the law. Exactly. And she has done the same thing as VP, and she will continue to do the same thing should she become the president. But she has so many individual donations. Surely that makes up for everything else. Money may not buy happiness, but it will buy the presidency. Which leads us to a word from our sponsors. Just kidding. Money can buy silence for war crimes. It sure can. I envy countries with no money allowed in elections. No kidding. No kidding. And the problem still is that there are political parties, and that those parties tend to focus less on governing and more about winning, like sports balls. I think I'm going to add that. Dissolve all political parties. Which is going to be very ironic if I end up running as a Democrat or a Republican or something in the future, but the political parties have to go. They are part of the problem. They are intrinsically responsible for voter fraud and election tampering by the simple fact that they can rig their own primary elections, which means the voter does not have a say in that. And it has been upheld in court multiple times by both parties. It's insane. All Hitler had to do was buy off American politicians, and they would have let him continue the Holocaust. I think that's why a lot of Nazis ended up in America in their various departments. She also has access to the campaign funds from the now former campaign due to the chain of succession laws. So as per federal law, she can access those funds given her name is on that campaign account, which is also true. Yeah. Which is why real progressive politics, any sort of revolutionary politics, any sort of activist politics is doomed to fail in this country because it very rarely has any funding to back it. And the exact instant money starts making its way into those movements, the DNC pounces, or the RNC pounces and absorbs it into their various factions and discredits it and either makes it a part of their own or, again, dissolves it. Ford liked Hitler. Many American businessmen did. Corporate evil. No, that's true. And I think the only reason why public appeal even continued or went against Hitler was because Germany attacked one of our ocean liners? Or was it because Japan attacked Pearl Harbor? But there was something along those lines where America didn't even necessarily have any problems with Hitler until after the Holocaust was revealed. It's Cafe Nero, and it's definitely not Starbucks. I will never buy Starbucks. Yes, Lusitania. That's what it was. Thank you, Pop Culture, coming in clutch with that one. Thank you. But yeah, like, the thing is, American conservatives and Project 2025. Oh, okay. So I was getting my wires crossed. Okay. But still, the point being, is that all of the things that America said we will never do and never become is exactly what the Conservative Party is doing vis-a-vis Project 2025, but also since Nixon, since Reagan, and onward, right? All of our propaganda has always been us versus them and then dehumanizing them, right? Muslims were all the enemy. 1 million dead in Iraq, and that was perfectly acceptable because they attacked the Twin Towers and they're all terrorists, right? That would have been no different if it had been the Jews during Nazi Germany. The Jews attacked the Berlin whatever. All of them must go. Except instead of something convenient like that, the Germans were just like, look, they're taking all your money, which was even worse. And that's what we say to immigrants. We'd say that to black people who are lazy. We say that to Asian people who are working for cheap labor and taking away your jobs. It's insane. The same Nazi rhetoric, we saw the convention. Replace the convention with swastikas and the German language, and it's the same damn thing. Literally the same damn thing. And I I don't know how much footage exists of Nazi rallies, but I guarantee you if you translated that into English and then brought that context into the RNC convention that we just saw, verbatim, I guarantee verbatim the context would have been the same. Lady Chaos? Oh, hello? Oh, I got confused. I thought that was Screwballinger. I get, you know, there needs to be different colors for all of these names, and there are. On my screen, not this screen. My bad. Sorry, you said Ocean Liner, so I immediately figured Lusitania. Yeah, might have been bad. New coffee company, Starzucked? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you quit coffee? Well, I needed a special treat. Plus, I needed to stay awake. But of course, I prefer cafe queso at home, sure. And hello. And yeah, we are back up to speed. So, yeah. Police in our country, fundamentally, I don't think can be reformed. Personally speaking, I don't think they can be reformed. I think we need to truly analyze what activities we need police for and what, if any, role there needs to be for policing to deal with interaction in the public. Like, for instance, dealing with drug addicts or dealing with the homeless should have nothing to do with policing. That should be social workers. That should be an agency that helps the homeless or the drug-addled or the what have you, and provides them the medical attention that they need, or the housing that they need, or gets them the training and resources they need to get back up on their feet. Police have no business doing that. None whatsoever. Again, my personal belief is that officers should only be dealing with crime, whether it's organized or theft related. That's what they should be focusing on. Or investigating things like, unfortunately, rape, or incest, or assault, or theft. They need to be investigating things. But the only true crime prevention that exists in this world is providing resources for the community as a whole so that they do not resolve to things like crime, petty theft, assault, etc. because of desperation or needing to fight over what little scraps remain. That's not how society operates, and that's the only way to prevent crime from happening. You don't see crime happening in the $1 million gated communities, do you? In the billionaire suites, do you? No, you only see crime in the projects and the ghettos and rural, downtrodden, poor communities. That's where crime is. Why? Because it's actually accessible to commit the crime from your other poor brethren who are suffering the same as you are, rather than trying to steal from the haves. Because you can't get in there, and if you do, guess what? But you might get away with it if you rob your neighbor. And why is that? Because you and your neighbor are both struggling. Why? Because you lack access to resources. Whether that's training, whether that's jobs, whether that's healthcare, whether that's affordable housing, affordable transportation. You resolve those issues, and you resolve poverty, and you resolve crime. It is that simple. It is a fact. It is as true as the air that we breathe and how tasty this coffee is. So, to deal with a situation that has you pulling out your gun and anything could get you to pull the trigger, that needs to be dealt with so you're not set off by anything. Exactly. Which is, again, all of this use of force training, right? The cop didn't shoot me, probably because I was white. That's probably the only saving grace, is that I was white. Had I been black, despite the cop himself being black, I probably would have been shot. Which means they do have use of force training. They do have de-escalation training. They always claim they do, but they never seem to be able to figure it out when it's against people of color, regardless of gender or sexual orientation or mental capacity. Because all of these active shooters that are white domestic terrorists, between my age and 18, they're always taken alive. They're always taken without deadly force. Always. Not once has an active shooter been shot and killed. Not that I can think of. Maybe there was an example, but I can't think of one off the top of my head. But anytime a black person is minding their own business, a cop thinks, oh, a pencil, gun. Oh, keyboard, gun. Cell phone, gun. Water bottle, gun. Coffee, gun. Oh, I thought it was a gun. Really? Really? The AR-15 that was being used in a church? That didn't ring any bells? Or how about the fact that a 20-year-old who wasn't a good shot anyway brought a ladder and an AR-15, climbed on top of a roof, and then took a shot at a presidential candidate? No? Nothing? Oh, that's right, because the cop that did confront the shooter was too much of a coward to do anything about it. Again, this cop shot, hold on a second. I forgot her. I don't mean to say it like that. I can't remember her name.
Also weighing in on the death of
Sonia Massey.
the Springfield woman shot and killed by a deputy in her home, calling the...
How about you stop playing for 5 seconds? Thank you. So that cop shot Sonia with like very little anything. There was very little time for her to react. He didn't even attempt to de-escalate. It was just immediately with the weapon. That man should have never been given a badge or a gun to begin with. He clearly didn't have the mental or emotional capacity or maturity to handle either. And the fact of the matter is, the majority of police officers are exactly like him. And that fact should terrify everyone. Because again, these people have a penchant for violence and a desire to use it. Those are two things that should never, ever be involved with carrying a gun and having the authority to use it. Yikes. To deal with a situation is okay. We're getting to a point where people tell cops they're pulling out their license or something as a warning and it needs to stop. Exactly. And even then they still get shot. As happened to, I don't remember his name, but he was in there with his kids. He's like, I'm reaching to get my license like you asked me to, and the cop just unloads the entire clip on him. It's insane. I'm sorry, I also have PTSD from my mom's funeral. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's going on too. Crime is being committed in wealthy neighborhoods where they're committing crimes against the okay. Sure, but that's not the point that we were making here. Police aren't there to protect the poor, though. Of course not. And the fact that, and this is the worst part, black people continue to call police for help and continue to get murdered by the very same police. And it's like a question of, are they doing this on purpose so black people will stop calling for help and then end up dying anyway? Because that's what it feels like, that it's intimidation through coercion and, I don't know, straight up violence. Police only protect and serve capital for the wealthy, yeah. Meanwhile, there was a lapse in stopping the guy who made ears bloody. Yep, we already caught that. Because they're afraid of minorities. Yes, and I guarantee their training does paint criminals, always depicting them as black or minority groups of some sort or another. I doubt a criminal will ever look like me in the training, in the use of force training, in any of the discussions or the coursework. I guarantee it, and that's part of the problem. Look at Dylan Roof in South Carolina. That was one of the ones that got, he got a Burger King sandwich right after, from police, after being taken in custody alive. Look at the guy who was a cop in California, complained about corruption, and they booted him. Then he went on a cop killing spree. I mean, that's terrible. That's terrible. I saw the body cam of Sonia Massey. I almost fainted. Yeah. And we definitely covered that too. Again, had she said the power of Christ compels you after I asked her to turn off the boiling water, I would have laughed. I probably would have broke out in hysterical laughter, and then I would be like, no, that's good, that's good. But turn it off just for everybody's safety, and then we'll get to the prowler, right? Because that's what a normal human being does. The power of Christ compels you. That's good. That's good. But yeah, seriously, turn off the thing because we're going to be talking. Crazy, right? Cops shoot because they're afraid. They see minorities as dangerous, and that's because they're taught. And society even teaches the same thing, right? You always clutch your pearls, or you always we're conditioned in America to, anytime we see black people or minority groups in general, to always be a little bit more cautious. Put our hands in our pockets. Put our hands closer to ourselves. Walk the other way, across the street. And it's disgusting because I see it happen. Even in like metropolis cities like Boston, New York, and all that stuff. Even in major cities, it still happens. And that's disgusting. Uvalde, too, not going into school. Exactly. So, and we still have police resource officers who continue to get even more funding from the cities, despite the fact that the cops have even been upheld in court saying, well, they don't have to risk their own lives. Like, then why are they there? What's the point of having a school resource officer if the one time you need an officer, i.e. to put down a threat, they don't do anything? Oh, to harass black kids. Awesome. Her last words were, before he popped off, was, I'm sorry. Yeah. We have a whole... I saw a post where there were 101 names with their last words. They were all black Americans murdered, executed by police. I don't want to do that for this stream. That's going to make me even more irate, and I don't want to be too heavy because we still have to get to BB's speech. That's going to make us angry too. But I can assure you that I know exactly what you're talking about. It is definitely sad and gut-wrenching. And then Philando Castile was the guy who got shot while live on Facebook. They use POC as shooting ranges for police training. I've been pulled over a few times in my life, and never did I have to fear for my life because I have privilege. I worried about getting tickets. Exactly. I worried about getting tickets. And honestly, I've actually gotten out of tickets because I was legitimately speeding, but legitimately trying to look for something, and I wasn't paying attention to my speed. And when the cop pulled me over, I'm like, hey, thanks for pulling me over. Actually, I'm trying to find something. And he's like, oh, is that why you were speeding? I'm like, sorry, officer, I wasn't aware that I was speeding, but I was looking for something, and I wasn't, my gas might have been going to, and I didn't get the ticket. And I got directions. Because of the way I look. And that's the difference. Black people have a 50% chance of dying with any police interaction. I have a 99% chance of probably just getting a ticket or a warning. But a 100% chance of coming out of that alive, except for the one time where it was risky. But I guess it was still a 100% chance because I'm still alive. That's the point. The fact that you have to treat police like terrorists, like you're in a negotiation or something, or like you're trying to talk them down, is absolutely insane. And policing in this country is completely out of control. She recognized the demon in him. The fact that it took her 3 to 4 minutes to open the door says a lot. The fact that she let them in, I wouldn't have let them in. I would be like, hey, there's a prowler. Can you go look about that? Oh, can we come in first? No! Absolutely fucking not. Why do you need to come into my house when the prowler is out there? Go out there where the prowler is. Then you have cops who mistake a toy gun for a real gun and shoot. Cops will mistake this for a gun and shoot, as long as you're black, or Hispanic, or Muslim. She said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. That's what set him off. Yeah, and like I said, it was funny because he said, hey, can you turn off the boiling water? And she's like, oh yeah, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And he said, what? She said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And he's like, the fuck not? Who reacts like that? Why would you react with lethal force to what was clearly a joke? They shouldn't be allowed. I mean, again, policing as it stands needs to be thrown out the door. Policing as an institution, depending on what their subject matter expertise is, might need guns. But anything that interacts with society, you're right, absolutely not. That is why I said they need to be trained a lot better. They get trained. They have all the training in the world to put down and stop white domestic terrorists and taking them in alive and unharmed. They have all the training in the world for that. That's the point, Lady Chaos. They have all the training in the world. They choose not to use it because they know they can get away with it. Seriously, his reaction almost proves he was possessed. Yeah, don't give him any credibility. He'll get off on an insanity plea and then become a cop somewhere else and then do it again. Like responding to gun violence is a small part of their job, so they need special units with guns only for that. Exactly. And then they don't need to be fucking cowards. Like, hey, if your job is to prevent a potential shooter from going after, I don't know, a public official, and you're too much of a coward to take a bullet for the role of taking a bullet, then you shouldn't be in that role. My husband got pulled over recently for speeding. He is half Korean and white. We had kids in the car, and it was a state trooper. He claimed my husband was doing 85 and a 60, but knocked 10 off the speed because of his immaculate clean driving history. Yeah. Didn't you say they get mad when you don't flirt back with them? Yeah, of course, because again, it's all about using their power and abusing their power. He said that he would shoot Jesus in the face. Is that what he said? I didn't hear that part. I just heard the "you better fuck not." Yet we believe he clocked that. Yeah, and of course, good luck proving that. His last speeding ticket was in 2011, yeah. I'm nice. They often take it as flirting. Sometimes they do get mad if they don't see it as flirting. Which makes it even more dangerous for women to interact with police, because if you're not flirting with them and stoking their ego, they might just make your life miserable anyway. Or worse. Or worse. I mean, how many cops have raped and sexually assaulted women that they were detaining or interacting with in some form or fashion? Way too fucking many. I don't think that defense would hold up in court, right? Because there's no proof. We need a new requirement where a blacklist registry of former Leos who commit these acts should be implemented. And I do believe that is in my police reform. Oh, it is not. I specifically remember adding that, though. That's weird. Was it under criminal justice reforms? Because I know I added it. National standardization. Let's see. All right. Under criminal justice reforms, all agents, officers, or other law enforcement entities that engaged in asset forfeiture will be immediately removed from their duties and placed on a national blacklist, ensuring no future in any law enforcement agency in the country. But add blacklist of add a blacklist of offenses for officers, national registry. We're going to add that to the police reforms specifically. I thought it was in there, but it was in the criminal justice, but it wasn't as blanket. I plead demon, Your Honor. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I feared for my life is what they always use in defense, and it's always upheld, or mostly upheld. The cops that really make me nervous are the ones with a set of scales in their trunk. I swear I've seen cops in my neighborhood who were practically flirting with some girl they stopped by to talk to her and did nothing about obvious stuff going on. Yeah, because again, all they do is use and abuse and flaunt their power. Also, there was a case in New York that cops were raping women in custody and saying that it was consensual. It shouldn't be legal for cops. Exactly, because it's never going to be consensual because of power imbalance. And the worst part is the courts upheld that it was consensual. I mean, I guess I need to add that too. Because I don't think I specifically added that. This is crazy. It's like, you know how people say common sense is not common at all? And it's like, yeah, police shouldn't be able to rape people that are in their custody. And it's like, well, according to the law, they can. Excuse me? Since when does it have to be explicitly stated that if you're detained, you still have body autonomy and the right to consent or not consent, let alone there is no consenting? Hey, you're going to suck my dick or I'm going to charge you with extra. No. Okay, you're charged. What? That doesn't... But apparently it needs to be said. Because that is how fucked up the police are in our country. And people want to say, well, the Russian gulags or the Chinese prisons or North Korea. Okay. Look at America. And it is factually worse than all of those. We have a larger prison population than any other country in the world. A larger prison population than any other country in the world. And China has 1.3 billion people. And we have more prisoners than they do. Which wouldn't even add up proportionately. I saw a cop smoking a cigar with it out of the window of his car. I don't understand what this... Are you talking about scales? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, True Steel. Only just finished donating plasma, so driving home. No text, so I'm just listening. That's cool. Gotta do what you gotta do, brother. Well, I assume brother. Sister. Comrade. Do what you gotta do, comrade. I saw a video that said the cop that unalived Sonia had been transferred to 6 different facilities. Even better. Had that national registry existed, he would have been immediately precluded from having a job anywhere ever again as a cop. This is why Crash is one of my favorite movies. It demonstrates really well the point you were making. I've been pulled over for no reason by cops, then they tried to flirt with me. Which is worse. I used to have a Dodge Charger, and I actually would get pulled over just so the cops can look at the car. Now, granted, this was in 2012, before they became more prominent, but still. That was a thing, and that was a thing that actually got me out of trouble. It's like, hey, sorry, officer, I'm in the Charger, you know how they go. It's like, all right, well, why don't you pop the hood and let me take a look, and I'll let you off the warning. That's how stupid it is. Yeah, there are state patrol units who carry a set of scales in their trunks. Okay, but what's... Oh, to measure drugs. Okay, got you. Dirty, rotten scumbags who do that with the power abuse theory. Yep. I tried to get him smoking on camera, but the light changed. Oh, he was smoking a cigar while driving? Or on duty? Less than 1% of rapes result in a conviction? Yeah. Yeah. Of those that are even reported, no less. The second something smells rotten to people in such departments as the education department, they want to strip its funding. But this thing with cops, they said, hold up, no to funding. Right. Because, again, apparently police unions are much stronger than teachers unions because the threat of force and violence by police outweighs the threat of teachers not teaching your children. Make that make sense. We don't condone driving while using a phone. Oh, but he was smoking, I thought. Still. Exactly why I didn't report my multiple assaults when I was a teenager. Also, I just watched Anita Hill get dragged on national TV, and I thought, if they don't believe her and they're trying to slut shame her, why would they believe me? And that's another thing. That's exactly the point. That is, they socially condition women and girls to slut shame each other or themselves, even after being the victim, so that they can perpetuate these crimes and these activities. Disgusting. No, not to measure the weight of drugs. They measure the weight of loaded semi-trucks? Oh. Okay, you need to say all of that at once, because otherwise it makes no sense why they have scales. You mean they're afraid that if they defund, they'll take out their lives? Right. And actually there have been cases and instances of police departments threatening the cities themselves that if we don't get this funding, we will not do our jobs. We will all quit and let you deal with the consequences. They use threat of force and violence against the cities that they are supposed to serve. They have done this a lot. They blame us, correct, but I'm saying it needs to change. And why we chose the bear, and a lot of men got upset about that. And now we have a rotten SCOTUS, yep. But now it's time to get our little village started and choose us women. Right. Build communes. Or even covens. Oh yeah, I remember those political ads that had nobody answering the 911 calls. Exactly. Wow, we just 47 minutes in, and we are still going strong talking about shitty officers and all of the decades of their wrongdoing. Yeah, because that is exactly how much of a problem law enforcement is, that this goes back decades, arguably centuries, especially in America, but specifically decades, where they became more and more militarized and became more and more violent against minority communities, to where it is today. Now they just walk into their homes and execute them for no reason. Jeez. Lady Chaos. Chill. It's not that kind of stream, all right? This isn't on one of those spicy websites. All right, let's ease into the BB. Let's first start with the protests. I love being forced to watch 15 seconds of ads. Love it. No, I know you're not going to chill.
Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington today to address a joint session of Congress. Netanyahu is seeking to shore up American support for the war in Gaza. Protests have already erupted outside his hotel on Capitol Hill and even inside a congressional office building, prompting several arrests. So let's bring Jay back and ABC's contributor Mark Updegrove. Jay, what are things like?
Like we were just saying, police are building up their training, resources, and numbers to prevent protesters from gaining any traction in this country. And as we just heard, they're arresting protesters. Again, the one amendment that we should never, ever, 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 ever undermine. The First Amendment right to protest. And police are arresting people for protesting constantly. But God forbid you have a psychopath with an AR-15 in the grocery store. I'm sorry, that's the Second Amendment. There's nothing we can do about it. But protesting, oh yeah, let's get those kids. Let's get those upstarts. Fuck police. Fuck the police. All of them. Your uncle, your brother, your cousin, your nephew, your sister. I don't care. If you're a cop, you're garbage. Just like if you're a landlord, you are a parasite on society. Policing in this country has zero redeeming qualities. None.
Like they're on Capitol Hill this morning ahead of Netanyahu's speech.
Security is very tight, Diane. They have those barricades up, those metal barricades that surrounded the Capitol complex in the immediate aftermath of January 6th. You can't get into any of these congressional office buildings today without a badge, meaning staff or press or someone else who works here. That protest that you were just showing video of, that was actually right below us. That video was stuff that we shot looking down on that demonstration that was in the rotunda here below us. It was unexpected. And one of the reasons why it was thought that it occurred yesterday is because the Capitol is now closed to visitors today. So there are widespread demonstrations expected in Washington, D.C. It's unclear how close they will get to the Capitol building where Netanyahu is giving that address. But I can tell you that there are also points of...
Again, this is a constitutional right. And police are arresting people exercising their constitutional rights. That's not okay. That's not a democracy. That's not a free country. That's not liberty. That is, what is the right word? Fascism does this, but the right word would be what? Oppression? Tyranny? You know, the whole reason why we left England in the first place? Chores beckon your name. All right, well, you're leaving on a high note. Dude, a while back, Full House star Jodie Sweetin had been protesting something else, and she had been assaulted by a cop where I think she got thrown as part of it. None of her former castmates had posted about it and show any concern for her safety. If you can find a video on that, that would be fantastic, pop culture. Watch people arrest us for exercising our right to vote, calling it now. That's probably actually going to start happening. And in fact, there was voter intimidation during the last Trump election. So I can only imagine it's going to get worse.
tension between lawmakers here. We expect a handful of Republicans and dozens upon dozens of Democrats to skip Netanyahu's remarks in protest over Israel's handling of the war in Gaza. Speaker Mike Johnson has said to the guests of lawmakers in the chamber and to the lawmakers who are going to be in that
Frank Ver, thank you for the follow.
Chamber that he will not tolerate interruptions or demonstrations while Netanyahu is speaking, and that people will be removed, including if they are elected officials, if they interrupt.
Mark, how rare is it for a leader like this to address a joint session of Congress? And what are you listening for in Netanyahu's speech today?
It does not happen.
Frank, the reason why I didn't approve your chat, so we can't use that kind of language on stream, especially if it's going to show up on chat. So, say whatever else you want to say. Just you can't use blatantly discriminatory language, even if it is acronymed.
That often it happens with very important leaders who come and address a joint session of Congress. That's a big deal, and it's particularly a big deal now with the Israel-Gaza war, so controversial, particularly as you can see from that footage among young people. We saw those demonstrations roll out across campuses in the United States in the spring, and it was fraught politically, particularly for university presidents. It's also obviously fraught for our politicians. It's going to be a major issue in the presidential race later this year in order to...
And again, what bothers me about American protesters, right, our protesters, is especially in recent times, again, the civil rights movement was a decade long of consistent growing protest to call for the end of segregation. And it required a lot of popular involvement in societal engagement and dealing with the negativity. Our student protesters stopped protesting the second summer break happened. So what? Are they going to start back up in the fall? And then during winter break, they're going to stop again? Like, the thing about protest, if you want social change, you gotta be consistent. And if you're not gonna, then what's the point? Have a happy hump day. I send hugs. Yep. It's so insane that you have to be afraid to protest peacefully because you'll face assaults by police, such as with the video I posted in chat. Yes. And actually, we're going to watch that now because we pretty much covered what we needed to cover there. Oh, that was the friend from Full House, yeah? How is that okay? And look, they got the batons, the sticks, riot gear. This is the response to our First Amendment rights. This is the problem. This is protected. This is protected under the First Amendment. This is authoritarianism. This is oppression. This is tyranny. This is trying to use force and intimidation to prevent the exercise of our rights. She's the one who said, how rude. Yes, Stephanie Tanner, she was the friend. Yeah. She actually, what she should have done after getting pushed is she should have picked up the megaphone and been like, how rude. That would have been perfect. That would have been perfect. But yeah, no justice, no peace. And it's also protected. Okay. Bibi's speech. Brace yourselves, everyone. Brace yourselves for this, because this is probably going to be a shit show and a half. It's a whole hour? Oh.
Announcement. Mr. Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
right? Jesus. Where's the speech? Not that anybody really wants to see the speech. Look at this zombie in a suit. Are we serious right now?
Speaker.
Daphne here has finally...
Of course. Such a weasel of a speaker, yeah.
Distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time.
Yeah, that would be sweet if somebody managed to protest, but based on the suits in that office, I doubt it.
We meet today at a crossroads of history.
To stay calm, I am calm. Hold on. What part of this red saber is not calm?
Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
So we're already doing the dehumanization, not, what, 1 minute into his actual speech? Also, 3-minute warning on the ads.
It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life.
Those who sanctify life by murdering 39,000 civilians, bulldozing their homes, their educational institutions, and their hospitals? That sanctity of life?
For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
He gets a standing ovation for saying that. She did? I didn't see that yet. Oh no, the calculations are gonna be well over 100K. It's probably closer to 200K.
Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose.
This is history? Yeah. You could switch his head for Trump's and it'd be the same thing. Actually, you could switch his head for Hitler's head and replace them with Jews, and it's the same thing.
We will win.
Here, listen to this. Wir werden... hold on. What would be the right word to be used in German in that context? Actually, I forgot the word. I think I forgot the word for win. Win in German. Gewinnen. Oh. So when we work together, we will win. In German, wenn wir zusammen kämpfen, werden wir gewinnen. In fact, this is what I'm going to do. Every time he says something, I'm going to translate it into German. Standing and cheering for fascism and genocide. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy.
Okay, well, that's not worth translating.
It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of
Oh, no, you did not.
We're celebrating at an outdoor
Hope that man
festival.
loses next election. I hope he ends up in The Hague for all of his war crimes. And hold on, we'll pause. There's a 30-second ad starting here in a second, so... and this is what gets me. It says ad starts in 3, 2, 1. Then there's this blank. and then there's this blank, and then eventually it shows that the ad is running. So I don't even know what the timing is for that. You did not draw a parallel to December 7th, 1941. Yeah, he did. He 100% did. And again, I don't know what day in German history the Nazis pointed to justify their actions against the Jewish population, but I'm sure there was one. Sadly, even after being found guilty of so much corruption, he keeps being reelected. So that was over one. Okay, so the ad just now started, and it took at least a minute from the time that it was going to start to the ad actually happening. That's stupid to me. That is absolutely stupid. Israel's version of gerrymandering? Well, considering they don't... I mean, did they even really hold elections? Because he's been in charge for what? Over a decade now, right? Okay, so now we can continue.
As children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel.
3,000.
They butchered
3,000. Wow, that number has increased exponentially.
Including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive.
Oh, so we're just spreading all the lies. Now, I don't know all of this in German, so let's see. They beheaded men, they raped women, and they beheaded babies. Die enthaupteten Männer, die vergewaltigten die Frauen und die enthaupteten die Jünger. Sound like it could have came out of Nazi Germany, huh?
And children in front of their parents.
Die Kinder vor ihre Eltern.
255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations.
Well, yeah, he said, da waren 255 in die Höhle geworfen bei diese gefährliche Angreifer. Hitler, Stalin, Netanyahu. Honestly, I would put Netanyahu as worse than Hitler or Stalin because Netanyahu has the experience of history to draw from. As an example, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be like this guy. And instead, he's choosing to be even worse. Correct, they literally killed their own soldiers, and he's using the beheaded babies thing, which was emphatically disproven. He's exploiting people's sympathies to get more money to massacre Palestinians. Well, yeah, that is exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he allied with the terrorists. He controls our government. No, that would be corruption in general. AIPAC just happens to give a lot of money around. I saw a video of an Israeli man protesting some Supreme Court decision, and they literally knocked him out with a huge water hose. Yep. Netanyahu publicly admitted that he and the Zios benefited greatly from 9/11, so who want to bet he did it with Bush? It probably, you know what? Might have been Bush and Bibi that did 9/11. Look at all of these ghouls that are standing and applauding these blatant lies and propaganda.
One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning
oh, look, they found a token Asian woman? It's Revenge of the Sith. Democracy dies with thunderous applause. Literally, though, right? We're definitely not going to be able to watch an hour of this. I will go bonkers.
The entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle.
Oh. What's abducted in German? Entführt. So imagine this is being given in 1930s Nazi Germany. Sie war angegriffen und entführt von einer Motorrad von ihrer Familie durch die Zeit, wo die Angreifer, die Unhülligen, haben zerstört und alles gerissen. Sie waren entführt von einem Motorgerät und weggenommen. This is...
I met Noah's mother.
Putang in a Kabibi? I hope that wasn't like a foreign language for something really, really bad. I was only able to watch 5 minutes. Yeah. So it's the 5th night of the RNC. Do they even realize what they're standing about? Listen.
Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die. 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named...
Where is J.D. Vance? Oh, he's probably in there. He's a sitting senator. He's probably in there somewhere. That or he's out campaigning. That's why it's better to watch it on stream so we can all share in our WTF about it, right? Sharing more women who aren't moms. Oh, shaming, yeah. We have the real thing. Yeah. We have the real Appalachian working class American from Ohio. Let's go. And quite frankly, I have unironically started saying a lot of Appalachian words. Like I've started saying warsh, crick. What was another one that I didn't start saying started saying ironically, but then I unironically started using it. There was another one. Work? No. I'll know it when I say it. But there are some mannerisms and colloquialisms that I use now that I used to not.
Arnon's Mora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages.
Yo, actually, we kind of needed this break. I'm not going to lie. We kind of needed this break.
Really? I can use some today.
We're not going to listen to 2.5 minutes of it, but
okay,
we just
you have
needed
a live shooting situation in the cafeteria. This isn't a joke, okay? There are students with weapons in the lunchroom right now.
And you know this how? Because you are one of the students in our cafeteria with a firearm? And you say your name is Tristan Boy?
What the fuck?
What are you hoping to gain from this, Tristan?
Hope's got nothing to do with it. Thank you.
He hung up. I'm calling 911.
What the fuck? This is a movie? Why the fuck are we advertising a school shooter movie without any context? Oh my goodness. This is going to be a rough stream, folks. This is going to be a rough stream. Hey, look, there's Cruz. One of the biggest affronts to democracy to ever exist in America. Anywhere, really, but specifically in America. And I think Cotton was over here. I don't know all of them by name, but...
Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things.
Oh, I just got the joke about couch shopping.
With her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those two
Why are they
beautiful
clapping
red-headed
for
boys,
everything
the
that comes
Bibas
out of his
boys,
mouth?
Toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. Two beautiful.
It's a pay rally for
children
genocide?
taken hostage.
Yeah.
What monsters. And
Oh, a
with us
pep
also
rally.
is Chaim,
Either way is right.
whose son, Yotam,
because of the meme, Pepe the
bravely
meme.
escaped
I thought that's what you were going
Hamas
for.
captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with
Yeah. Just like, what? How many hostages have been freed that Israel killed outright? At least 7. I know of at least 7. And it was like back in what? December or something? They were being freed during the move, and the IDF just massacred them. Cold blood while they were still blindfolded. Hey, we're the good guys. Bam, bam, bam. Gone. Pepe wouldn't be too far off either, exactly.
us also the families of American hostages. They're here.
So my question is, apparently, Bibi's giving a speech, a pro-Palestinian is giving a speech, and then I guess some sort of in-between ground is giving a speech. But, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna level with y'all. I don't know if I can get through. Let's see. It looks like his closing is right around there. 107. So what would that be? 46? I don't know if I got another 46 minutes of this in me. I'm really not sure if I do. We'll give it the old college try. This is literally...
The pain these families have endured
again
is beyond words.
Die Wut, die Familien haben entfernt, ist Unanberkeit, I believe is the word. Die Wunden, die diese Familien erlitten haben, sind unerträglich. Is Vice President be there? A lot of people did protest this for this reason, so maybe not. She's meeting with Bibi privately? Of course she is.
I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this. I will not rest until all their loved ones are home. All of them.
Ich würde nicht ruhen, bis alle Gefangenen zu Hause sind. Alle. I'm telling you. This, translated into German, is no different than any Nazi speech ever given, for any reason whatsoever. I almost would rather take the transcript for this, put it in translate, oh, wait, there is the transcript. Check this out. I wonder how much of this... Whoops, that was a bit too much. All right, so that was the end right there, right? So I don't know how much of this can get translated. It exceeds the 3,900 limit. What are we at? 22:15. So we'll just get rid of everything past that for now. Now is it 3,900 characters? Is it still 39? Damn, that's so many. That's the limit of Google Translate, as it turns out. How about now? Damn it. There we go. Just to prove the point. Free Palestine, the whole country is being held hostage. Correct. Holy shit, Bibi praises Trump at some point in the speech, which, yeah. How disrespectful is that? And the Dems will still kiss his pasty ass. Right. So, I am going to read Bibi's words. The start of his speech, which was filled with all of the rhetoric in German, to prove the point that this is Nazi rhetoric. Wir treffen uns heute an einem Scheideweg der Geschichte, an dem sich unsere Welt befindet. Im Nahen Osten, Irans Zugang des Terrors konfrontiert Amerika, Israel und unsere arabischen Freunde. Dies ist kein Kampf der Kulturen, sondern ein Kampf zwischen ihnen, Barbarie und Zivilisation. Es ist ein Konflikt zwischen denen, die den Tod verherrlichen und denen, die ihn heiligen. Leben für die Kräfte der Zivilisation zum Triumph Amerika und Israel müssen bestehen zusammen, denn wenn wir zusammenstehen, passiert etwas ganz Einfaches. Wir gewinnen, sie verlieren. Und meine Freunde, ich bin heute gekommen, um Ihnen eines zu versichern. Wir werden es tun. Gewinnen Sie, meine Damen und Herren, wie am 17. Dezember 1941 und der 11. September 2001. Der 7. Oktober ist ein Tag, das es tun wird. Lebe für immer in Schande. Es war der jüdische Feiertag von Sammat. Es begann wie ein perfekter Tag. Keine Wolke am Himmel für Tausende von jungen Israelis. Wir feierten auf einem Musikfestival am Freien und plötzlich um 6:29 Uhr, als die Kinder noch schliefen, in ihren Betten in den Städten in Kibbutz neben Gaza verwandelt sich plötzlich der Himmel. In die Hölle stürmten 3.000 Hamas-Terroristen. In Israel haben sie 1.200 Menschen aus 41 Ländern abgeschlachtet. Now tell me if that speech were given with swastika flags in the background and a funny mustache, it wouldn't have been Nazi Germany. Because this is what he said. We meet today at a crossroads of history our world is in. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations, it's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together. Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941 and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Sammat. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky, Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating in an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutz next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries. That was the speech. That is literally the words he spake. And in German, that's what I said earlier. It's so disgusting to use horrible events like the Holocaust and 9/11 just to get their way. No. And that's the whole reason why I just translated it into German and read it aloud. It is Nazi Sprach. It is literally zero different. That speech is no different than any speech Hitler gave in Nazi German. Tell someone you love them today because life is short, but shout it at them in German because life is also terrifying. Yeah, well, I get that German is a bit of a harsh language. I can freely admit it is not a sexy language. Yeah, there's no way on God's green earth we're going to be able to watch this whole thing. There's no way. There is no way we're going to be able to get through that whole thing. Unfortunately, that is the majority of our stream. Let's just hear what Harris has to say, I
Live
guess.
in New Hampshire and thinking about buying solar panels? Don't. It could quite literally be the worst.
Don't buy solar panels, guys. Buy clean coal energy instead. I see we lost a few viewers, though, when we started talking about Bibi and translating his words into German. That's not telling. They even weaponized Semitism. They sure did.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. I was just saying to your most glorious president, Stacey N.C. Grant, she and I talked about this visit months ago, sitting together, having a meeting in the Oval Office. And we were she invited me then to attend today, and
I'm here, I'm driving. Red Overlord said, since you mentioned about different powers to help the planet, the environmentalists want wind. The wind is blowing today. The whole thing is a hoax. The wind kills our birds. That's why I said it would be entirely too easy to defeat Trump in any sort of debate. Or J.D. Vance, for that matter. Is she high?
all of the sisters who are here.
Probably. It takes a lot of cocaine and cocaine accessories to sell out your country with that much enthusiasm.
Years of support and friendship, and she always, like everyone here knows, she always shows up, and I'm so, so deeply grateful. Thank you. And to everyone here, it is so good to be with you. To the former presidents who are in attendance, to the International Board of Directors, and to all of the fine members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
English subtitle? Sure.
It is my great, great honor to be with you today. And
Did this,
and I love you back.
Did this freeze?
Talked about this visit months ago. I will begin by saying a few words about our President Joe Biden. So
Kamala's a cop? She is always so drunk to me. Probably. Lush and Chief, let's go.
So tonight, our president.
I mean, who doesn't need a bit of a little pick-me-up to get through the day, right? Especially when you're selling your soul and selling out the American people.
Not only the work, the extraordinary
Of course she's Hillary in
work
disguise.
that he has
She's just
accomplished,
black.
But about his work in the next 6 months. And so before he does, and while I'm here with you, I want to just share with you a little bit about him, based on what I know, based on personal experience.
She smoked weed
Joe
with
Biden
Tupac right
is
before
a
this
leader
event.
with
Yeah,
bold
and she put,
vision.
what, hundreds of
He cares
thousands of
about
people
the
in
future.
jail
He
for
thinks
smoking pot,
about
and then
the
she
future.
just,
He has
who hasn't smoked
extraordinary
weed?
determination and profound compassion for the people of our country. And I say that because I know that we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation.
Yeah, you know, aiding and abetting genocide, not following through on any of his campaign promises.
Yeah. Of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
She seems like she's high enough to believe she did. Yeah.
For your incredible service to our nation as well. You know, I know who we all are.
Is it bad that listening to Kamala Harris speak platitudes is actually soothing compared to the Nazi speech that Bibi was giving and talking about cops murdering civilians in their own home? I think it's pretty depressing, but you know. I mean, when she speaks, the voice sounds like Hillary's. Yeah.
I know who is here, and I know, therefore, that we share a vision for the future of our nation. A future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead.
Oh, I swear to God, if the Democrats and the Republicans both steal my line to not just to survive, but to thrive, I am going to sue.
Of social justice, health justice, economic justice.
You mean universal health care and other economic policies that you'll never implement?
Ours is a vision of a future in which we realize the promise of America. And I deeply believe in the promise.
You know, for this supposed to be 1080p, it sure is not.
A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice.
Now that Sam eats salad, when do I eat salad?
Not for some, but for all.
Don't put that evil on me.
And for generations, the finer women of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated have fought to build that brighter future.
You said that you did? I never said that.
During the civil rights movement, you marched.
That was
voting rights,
Kayla talking about making salads.
And an end to segregation. For more than 50 years, you have worked with the March of Dimes to lift up the urgent issue of maternal health. And from the 1980s, you inaugurated Zeta Days. And I will tell you, when I was a United States Senator, I would see this group of powerful leaders walking through the halls of Congress in white and blue.
Yeah, this word salad is calming me down from the Nazi speech.
Powerful advocates for justice in America. Truly.
What has she even said, though? What has she actually said in this speech so far?
2020, when during the height of a pandemic, you helped elect Joe Biden president of the United States, and me as the first woman vice president of the United States.
Okay, cool. I am a little bit more calm, but she's literally saying nothing. She in the 5 minutes this video has been going on, she has said nothing substantive. Sam acted like I was trying to poison him one time that I tried to give him some of my salad. Yeah, because you were. That green stuff is green. Green is poison, okay? It's venom. Trump versus Kamala polls drop. Oh, boy. All right, Kyle. Let's see what... Look at the turtles!
By 2050, there will be more plastic than fish in the oceans.
Oh, no. Why? It's like, oh, look at the turtles! And then it's like, oh, they're suffering and dying. Can't we have a good ad, a wholesome ad? I just want to see turtles.
All right, guys, let's talk about the state of the race now that Joe Biden dropped out. He's not trying to go for re-election anymore, and now it's going to be very likely, it's like 99%, Kamala versus Trump. So all the Democrats have, coalesced around Kamala. They're basically anointing her. They're not going to really have much of an open convention. They'll have a process, but it'll be more of a show process, it looks like. So it's looking like Kamala versus Trump. Okay, so let's go to CNN's Harry Enton here. He's going to break down for us where the race stands. Now, to be fair, this clip, which you're about to see, was before the most recent round of polls, which came out after Biden dropped out. So keep that in mind. I'll show you this, then I'll give you the new polls. Here we go.
Let's take a look here just first at the favorable views of Donald Trump. We know that Donald Trump has historically been unpopular. But take a look now. After the Republican National Convention, in the ABC News Ipsos poll, he recorded his highest ever favorable rating at 40%. That's not a one-off. Take a look at the Quinnipiac University poll, 46%. That's the highest ever in that pollster. The fact is...
Now, let me just pause to point out, in the head-to-head polls, like the actual electoral polls, he didn't get a bump from the attempted assassination or his RNC speech. At least not yet. But he did get a bump in personal favorability. He went from 32 to 40%.
Jesus.
So it's interesting that more people were likely to say after the attempted assassination, the RNC speech, like, yeah, okay, I have a favorable view of him. But then the follow-up is, will you vote for him? And it's the exact same numbers as before, right? The exact same numbers as before. So he didn't get a bump in terms of people voting for him, but he got a bump in terms of personal favorability. Okay, here we go.
Trump is more popular now than he ever has been before. So
Favorable
yes, Democrats
view.
can make this switcheroo, but they're still going to have to beat Donald Trump, a Donald Trump who is stronger, Sarah, than he has ever been before.
It will be
My
interesting
chat
to see
is
how
so
voters
delayed.
respond to
People
all of
like
this.
Trump
Now,
better
how is he
than
doing
after he
relative to
almost
Harris, who
dies.
did run at one point? What do those numbers look like?
Yeah, so let's take a look here, right? We've been focusing so much on how Harris was doing better than Biden in the polling, and that's true. If we take a look at the national average, what do we see? We see Donald Trump up by 1. That's a within the margin race, right? That's a close race. But remember, of course, in the national popular vote, Democrats tend to do better there than they've done in the electoral
This
college.
dude
at
is
least when
talking
Donald Trump
so
has been
fast,
running for
I'm having
president.
a hard
So last
time
time around, when Joe
understanding what
Biden
he's saying.
barely won in the electoral college, he actually won the national popular vote by 4 points. So at this point, Donald Trump is running 5 points better.
It's been 2 days, settle down.
5 points better than he was 4
If
years
Kamala
ago
was
against
on
Joe
some
Biden.
sort of
Now,
drug,
to be
this dude
fair,
is
what he's
high
leaving
on
out
caffeine.
is in the polls, in the head-to-head with
They
Biden
sped up
before
the
Biden
video.
dropped out, Trump was like
I don't know.
+3 on average.
I've heard Oshun speak in person.
So to go from Trump +3 on average to Trump +1 on average, that's a 2-point gain that's actually super crucial for the Democrats to have any prayer in hell.
Case
Right
in
now, what
point.
matters more, of course, is the swing states, but just the general overview of the race at the macro level, that's kind of a big deal. So in 2020, Biden won by 4 points in the popular vote, but ended up barely winning the electoral college.
I
That's the
speak
point he was
even
trying to
faster
make.
in Spanish.
All right, let's continue. Again, I want to be
Muy
clear. These polls that we're
caliente.
looking at, Kamala versus
What's
Trump,
faster
in this
in
segment
Spanish?
are all pre-Biden dropping out. Okay, keep that in mind.
This particular point, whether you look at the favorable ratings, whether you look at the horse race polling, we see that Donald Trump is doing significantly
Rapida.
better than he was doing 4 years ago at this point. Kamala Harris is going to have to do better than this, of course, if she wants to win the popular vote, but more than that if she wants to win the
You know
electoral
what?
college.
Maybe it is sped up. Because that sounds a little faster than what a normal person would talk like.
Which will likely have to outperform how she's done nationally, because the fact is, if you got to tie it in the national popular vote, that is probably not good enough if you're Kamala Harris and you want to win the election against Donald Trump.
Give me some sense of what the biggest thing that could create change here. And also, we have to be clear, there hasn't been time for a poll since Kamala Harris announced. It just happened.
Yes. So all this polling was taken before Kamala Harris actually became the likely and now presumptive Democratic nominee, given those delegates that have lined up behind her. But keep in mind this, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden never changed. It was the least volatile race on record, even after that first debate. So I want to take a look over the weekend. A lot of folks, she could be much busy. The left is looking.
My friends just took a drink because they had to
choose
unprecedented. And they're drinking.
A decent number of people, basically 20%, that have no opinion of Kamala.
I know, I need a cat.
Right. So
I
she's
really
VP,
do.
but
Honestly,
people don't
I
follow
would
politics
love a
that
little
closely. It's
fluff
just like,
ball, but
okay,
I
she's
can't
VP. I don't
afford to
appreciate
take care
that.
of one right now.
That's just that 20%. That's a pretty high number. And so now a lot of it's going to fall on those people. Like, okay, how do you break now seeing Trump versus this person who's just being like reintroduced to you now? Okay. So here are the polls that have come out post Biden dropping out. We have an Ipsos poll that came out that had Harris +2.
Jesus.
Okay, just to put that in perspective, I can't tell you the last time that we had a Biden +2 poll on Trump. Yahoo has Trump +1. Morning Consult has Trump +2. Marist has it as a dead tie. Now, I'll also point out there was one other poll, I forget who did it, or it actually may have been one of these. They polled it a number of different ways. And there was one poll where when you include RFK, it's actually Kamala +4. Now, that poll, I don't think had Jill Stein in it. It didn't have Cornel West in it. So you would have to add them too. And then maybe that would drop it back down to Kamala like +2, right? But the major takeaway right now is we went from, if you believe Nate Silver's numbers, it was getting close to like an 80-20 race. Trump had an 80% chance of beating Biden. And now we are much closer to a 50-50 race. We're much closer to a 50-50 race.
That's
so.
But okay. What is it? K-Hive? K-Hive, gang, let's go. You're still neck and neck with a 34-time convicted felon whose entire previous staff wrote, authored, researched, and is implementing Project 2025. So you are neck and neck with that just because you're a black woman that's slightly younger and slightly more charismatic. Like, this isn't good. There is still a very strong chance that K-Hive Gang Gang gets crushed by Trump. So, can RFK be VP for Kamala? No. Largely because I doubt he would go for it, and also because I doubt she would offer it to him. And people haven't even seen Kamala's record yet. Yeah, right. Like, this is just her being introduced as the national candidate without a platform or policy or anything, or being scrutinized by anybody. Once that starts happening, I guarantee you it goes back to the 80-20 split. Not that I want a Trump presidency. I just don't see a future in which Trump doesn't beat Kamala Harris or whoever else the Democrats pick that isn't a vocal populist. Apparently the Secret Service director stepped down, so go figure. That was a year ago. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not against Hassan. I'm really not. But watching his clips are so over the top. The Republican machine is trying to say that Kamala is soft on crime when the opposite is true, and it almost does the propaganda for the Democrats who are trying to wipe that image. Kind of. That is kind of funny. Yeah, Kamala was totally soft on crime. Yeah. Because if Kamala says, no, I increased incarceration rates by 30%. That's how you lose votes. Yeah, TikTok would very much so have to be anti-Kamala because she's anti-populism. Of generational shift? Ooh. This could be interesting. She wants to abolish police. Gonna hard to abolish herself,
I guess I'm
right?
calling. I'm a first-time caller, but I've been listening since I was probably 17, 18. I'm 23 now, so also kind of a comment of, thank you for...
Oh my God. Can somebody confirm if this is true? Taylor Swift and Beyonce announced a joint concert for Kamala. Can somebody please confirm if that's true?
Certainly shaping a lot of, my ideology that I think I had when I was younger, but, obviously I was young and, it didn't really flesh out as well as it could be, so...
No, Kamala's running for full president. Why would she be the VP if she's been given the reins? MSNBC. Interesting.
And joining us from Green Bay, Wisconsin, former aide to the George W. Bush White House and State Department, Elise Jordan. She's an MSNBC political analyst, and she sat down with Wisconsin voters last night to get their thoughts on the election. So first, Elise, tell us about who these voters are.
Look at the light in her eyes just dwindling.
Hi, Mika. So last night, I sat down with two groups of Wisconsin voters, the all-important voters in this state where around 20,000 votes decided the last two presidential elections. We spoke to a group of female Trump supporters, and then we spoke to a group of right-leaning swing voters to hear what they thought about the recent shakeup in the election and how they see the campaign.
Hey, I talked to conservatives, and I also talked to conservatives.
That I had been in Wisconsin about a month ago doing...
That's not fair and balanced at all. Apparently, it's not true. Are Taylor Swift and Beyonce doing a concert for Kamala? What we know. Taylor Swift is the subject of an erroneous report that she is set to join forces to host a fundraising concert for VP following her late entry into the presidential race. Okay, well, I'll leave it to you two to figure that out.
Similar focus groups, and I was really shocked at what a burst of energy the new nomination of Vice President Harris has given the race, in the sense of
excited about her. Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it.
like packaging from tape to thank you cards, or merch from t-shirts to
Right. And
but
that
she may in the
scares me,
future.
you know, because Trump has to reconfigure where he's going and how they're going to outsmart her.
How do you perceive Vice President Harris compared to President Biden in terms of competency and experience?
She did.
I think she's worse. She doesn't even know what's going on at the border.
Right.
And that's what she was
supposed to be doing
and in charge of. I mean, as a school teacher, if I did not do what I was supposed to be doing, you better believe my job would be in jeopardy.
I don't get it. She's a school teacher and deeply conservative. They cut your salary, your benefits, and your funding every single chance they get, and then give it to cops to brutalize you when you strike and demand better rights and conditions as a teacher. And also, if one of your students decides to hold your school or classroom hostage with weapons, they'll also do nothing for you. How can you be a teacher? That's like being a nurse. But then again, there are nurses for Trump. I don't understand how you can be in a social position, a position that is social beneficent, and still be conservative. I don't understand how that makes sense.
It isn't. It not only was her job not in jeopardy, she was just handed a promotion.
Is there anyone that Kamala Harris could appoint as her vice president that you would find reassuring? Would make you consider voting for her?
No. Never consider voting for her. No. I would do RFK Jr. way before her. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Support RFK Jr. way
she's
before
not
her.
the first woman to run for the presidency, Hillary Clinton. I'm assuming
Republicans
no
call
one
Trump
voted
to
for
drop
Hillary
out?
Clinton in 2016.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. They
it's not
are
necessarily
all in.
going to sway you to vote
They
for
are
a
all
woman in office. When do you think America will have a female president?
When there's a competent one.
I don't get a good feel for her.
I think she's an idiot.
Right.
Mary, why do you think that she's not that bright?
Because she hasn't done anything in the time that she's had. We don't know anything about her as far as her 3 years so far in the White House. She's not real smart. That's my opinion. It could be wrong.
If Vice President Kamala Harris wins the election, do you think
Tulsi
that will be an
endorsed
honest
Trump?
result?
No, absolutely not. No one respects her.
Haley's the very unsurprising, some fairly unsurprising responses there from.
Hold on. Tulsi went from being a populist hero to supporting Trump. Come on. Trump is actually dumb. Well, she officially. Oh, that's a year ago. Oh. Oh, that's not good. She's been doing this a lot. Oh. So she voted to impeach Trump about 4 years ago, but now she's shilling for him? Oh my goodness. Filters. I don't know. Let's just say this week, maybe?
All right, so I'm sure all of you remember Tulsi Gabbard. She ran as a Democrat in 2020.
She went
tried
from
to
being
position
for Bernie and
herself
progressive
roughly
ideals to being
aligned
far
with the
right.
Bernie
Yeah.
wing of the Democratic Party.
Here's something new the cult said. People who to a red overlord rally are not people coming in from out of state to fill arenas and stadiums. Right.
The left flank, the ones that are more progressive. Her whole thing was like, I'm anti-war. I'm the anti-war candidate. This is how this is how she portrayed herself. This is my lane. I'm the anti-war person.
I need to go
similar
to the
Bernie.
restroom real
In 2016,
quick.
I believe she stepped down from the DNC because she thought they were
So, I don't know. We'll watch this while I'm back, because I want to hear what she actually did with the endorsement, but I need to take a quick break.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard is
back.
full steam ahead after she announced her exit out of the Democratic Party. The former Democrat Congresswoman has taken to her Twitter page to endorse a Republican candidate, despite the fact that she never said she was joining the Republican Party. Ms. Gabbard has officially endorsed Kari Lake for the governor of Arizona. She tweeted, "For too long, establishment leaders from both parties have sought to enrich themselves, play games, and build up their power while ignoring and even enabling the suffering of millions of hardworking Americans." Kari Lake is a leader who puts people first, is fighting for border security, energy independence, public safety, and other policies that actually make life better and more affordable for the American people. Kari Lake isn't afraid to call out the warmongering elitist cabal of permanent Washington and the military-industrial complex and their propagandists in the mainstream media. I look forward to supporting Kari Lake ahead of these critical midterm elections. That's an interesting candidate to endorse as one of her big moves since announcing that she is no longer a member of the Democrat Party. Kari Lake is the Republican nomination for governor in Arizona, and she is considered to be ultra-MAGA, especially as she was endorsed by former President Donald Trump. She will face off on November 8 against Democratic candidate Katie Hobbs, who was already Arizona's Secretary of State. Considering Tulsi Gabbard has only just left the Democratic Party, it looks like she's going from 0 to 100 with that endorsement. Former Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney, who is still a member of the Republican Party, has even warned voters in Arizona to not back Kari Lake, labelling her a threat to democracy. Last week, Tulsi Gabbard savaged her own party when she made her exit announcement on Twitter. Take a listen.
I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers who are driven by cowardly wokeness, who divide us by racializing every issue and stoking anti-white racism, who actively work to undermine our God-given freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution, who are hostile to people of faith and spirituality, who demonize the police but protect
That's the problem with Tulsi, is she's a really, really likable person and an extremely talented speaker. And she capitulated and is now going to the dark side. That's, I think, why we feel the most betrayed by Tulsi, is because she is the hero we thought we needed, and it turns out
it for Hillary, and she
turns out that that's
Bernie.
not at all
Anyway,
the case.
So you know who she is. Well, for quite a while now, she's been on a long placer. And boy, oh boy, do I have a lot to say about what she says here.
Hey everybody, I just got here to Rome, where I'm going to be joining a dialogue and forum on peace, security, and prosperity for the Western Hemisphere in Europe. I just saw the news flash like everybody else. President Biden's no longer running for re-election, and he's endorsed Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee for president and commander-in-chief. I'm going to sound the same warning now that I have been for years, going all the way back to 2020 when both Kamala and I were running for president on the Democratic.
Okay, but in 2020, you were a totally different person. You were attacking her from a left-wing perspective.
Yeah.
One of the things she hit her for is that she locked up people for marijuana use, right? This is not who you are now. You don't care about these issues now. You don't have this position now. So, I'm going to sound the alarm as if you've been consistent the whole time. Yeah. You're a totally different person than you were back then. You'd be attacking her from a different perspective. All right, here we go.
She is unfit and unqualified to be our president and commander-in-chief, and would be incredibly dangerous in that position. The prospect of Kamala Harris making decisions about war and peace and where to send my brothers and sisters in uniform into harm's way is not only terrifying to us, it should be terrifying to every American, knowing that we would all pay the price for her dangerous actions and dangerous decisions. Everything you've heard me say about Hillary Clinton, the queen of warmongers, can also be said of Kamala Harris. There should be no question in your mind that if Kamala is allowed to be our president and commander-in-chief, she'll be the maidservant of this queen of warmongers.
She'll be the maidservant of Hillary Clinton, the queen of warmongers? She'll be the maidservant of her. Let's let it play out, and then I have quite a response.
This elitist cabal of warmongers that has gotten us...
Elitist cabal of war... She supports Trump. Elitist cabal of warmongers. You want to talk about an elitist cabal of warmongers? Let's do that in a minute.
They're the ones who've been calling the shots. behind Joe Biden's presidency. They would continue to call the shots if Kamala Harris is president. And where have they led us? To the brink of war with multiple countries in all parts of the world.
Minus, you know,
and closer
some
to
of
the brink of nuclear war and
but she
Armageddon
was,
now
for the
than
most
ever
part,
before.
on the right side.
The choice for us
history.
is very clear.
But apparently is
If
on the
we
right
cherish
side of
peace
politics.
and freedom, if we love
as
our
in
country,
the right
we must
wing.
vote against Kamala Harris in this election on November 5th and vote for Donald Trump.
She brings up the...
Wow. Well, what else is going on, huh? Can't put the genie back in the bottle. Speaker Johnson tries to stem GOP attacks on VP Harris. Okay. Competitors have just days to get on the ballot.
I want to bring in our team of NBC News reporters.
Yeah, that's something that needs to be discussed. We're watching this one because it's still an open primary now, but all the other contenders are going to struggle to get on the ballot because it's literally the 11th hour, and most states make it extremely difficult for you to get on the ballot in the first place, never mind due to an emergency circumstance. This makes me feel so dirty knowing I was once a big supporter and defender of Tulsi. Listen, Princess, as a veteran, as someone who served, as someone who liked the Wonder Woman movie with Gal Gadot, no less, I was like, finally, Tulsi Gabbard, an American hero, a military background, beautiful, strong, posed, well-spoken, likable. And then Gal Gadot ends up being an Israeli sympathizer, and Tulsi becomes the exact type of horrific villain that most heroes fight against. So yeah, I feel your pain. Definitely feel your pain. It really breaks my heart knowing I once supported that. I know. A Muslim friend who met her at Standing Rock told me that he was super disappointed after meeting Tulsi because she was not nice to him at all after finding out that he was Muslim. Wow. I was talking about that with my friend who used to work for her. Yeah.
Mike Memley is covering President Biden as he has been for years. Yamiche Alcindor is in Indianapolis covering Vice President Harris. Alex Seitzwald is following the latest rules deliberations inside the DNC. And Vaughn Hilliard is in Charlotte, North Carolina, ahead of former President Trump's rally tonight. Mike Memley, I have to go to you to kick things off. Set the scene inside the White House. What are sources close to the president saying about tonight? Of course, the last time a sitting president announced he was dropping out of the race, it was Lyndon Johnson with a 40-minute address.
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. This was a deeply personal decision that the president made, and this is going to be a very personal address.
So somebody had mentioned something about searching for couches. Why can't I move this? There it is. And for those of you who can see that, the sofa store. This man is not allowed. I just saw that while I was waiting for the video to get to the good part.
The president has not been seen, only in brief glimpses. We only heard a little bit of him during that visit by the vice president to her campaign headquarters. But the president really did want the first time he would speak extensively in
Does
public
he look
to
even
be this
worse? It's like he
personal
lost
address to the
even
American
more
people,
hair.
where he will explain that decision that he made. He'll also talk about what he wants to be the work of his administration for the remaining 6 months of his time in office, building on what he's been able to do over the last 3.5 years. We heard, and I just came out of the press briefing with Karine Jean-Pierre, her talk about this idea of an inflection point moment. That does speak to the fact that this will be in some ways a political speech. He will lay out the choice that voters will be facing in this election.
That is a very
in a
tall
more
vehicle,
high-level way.
and it doesn't seem like it should be that
ultimately,
tall.
as I'm talking
Or
to
those are
people
some
in
very
the West Wing,
short
people close to
guards.
the president at this moment, they do see this as the beginning of a new campaign of sorts, as the beginning of a campaign to shape his legacy, understanding that in so many ways his legacy will be determined in large part based on whether the vice president is successful in succeeding him or if Donald Trump is the one returning to the White House.
It's such
Which is a valid point, by the way. If Kamala Harris does not win, it is an indictment on the Biden legacy, his administration, because that would be the American people rejecting his legacy and his administration outright and clamoring for a return to the Trump era. Yeah, you're not wrong, Ruben Faras. You're not wrong.
Important point, Mike, and obviously that is key to why he made this decision. It'll be interesting to see how much detail
and her
he gives
record
us
and the party's failure to give us a fair primary again.
What must have been an incredibly difficult decision. It's a fascinating moment because it's a moment for Vice President Harris to rebrand herself, and in some ways, it's a moment for President Biden to.
Here's the thing: if it ends up being an open, contested convention, though, I don't exactly have the funds or the resources to go put my name in the hat, but I'm thinking about it. It's what, in Chicago this year? I can make it. I can get on an airplane to Chicago and rent a hotel room for a night or two, just to stir things up. Because if I put my name in the hat, right, wouldn't I at least get a chance to address everyone? Wouldn't I?
Brand, and in a way, write the first.
Of course, I don't have a ticket, so I don't know how that would work. It's like, let me in. Do you have a ticket? No. Let me buy one. Too late, they're all sold out. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a president who has been through a moment similar to this before. In 2015, of course, he announced that he would not run for president in 2016, and when he did so,
maybe
he
they
said,
didn't even
just
allow
because he's
Nina
not a
Turner to
candidate
speak.
does not mean he will be silent, that he intended to remain engaged in the public debate. One of the big questions is just how much.
Speaking of which, hello, somebody. Has anybody seen or heard of Nina Turner? In the recent whatever? I have heard hide nor hair from her, but it could just be that my algorithm does not have her anymore. Can probably get guest credentials. From who? Who would give me a guest credential? Ads in 3 minutes. Good call. Thank you for that.
Will he be involved in the campaign going forward? He certainly wants to be out there to help the vice president in her election. But in some ways, these are decisions that are now up to the vice president and to her team of advisors to determine. But the president clearly does view one of the most important decisions he made was selecting Vice President Kamala Harris to serve with him in the administration. And so, as we were just speaking with Karine Jean-Pierre, one of the questions is, does she have now an enhanced role within the administration? Does she have a bigger seat at the table? Does she have more of a say over what the administration does going forward?
This has nothing to do with the other candidates.
About Philadelphia. Just one day before the attempted assassination of President Trump, I gave a speech last.
Being another place.
I hate to say it, RFK Jr., nobody cares. Nobody cares. I don't know that reaching out to the New Hampshire Democratic Party would be the place to reach out to, but whomever, I guess. Yeah, if we can get a guest spot, why the hell not?
It's really important in her mind, but without also giving out and without also forgetting about the sort of West and thinking about Nevada and Arizona. My sense is that she's going to be hitting the road even more than she already was. She was a vice president that was on the road a lot, but now that she's a candidate, she's really going to be trying to introduce herself to some voters who maybe know of her as vice president but don't know her background. Just yesterday when we were in Wisconsin, I learned that she lived in Wisconsin when she was a little girl when her mother was a cancer researcher, and I've covered her for a while.
Okay.
But the idea that she's branded herself and people know her as someone from California, that they're really going to be trying to really roll out more of her bio. I also was told that they want to highlight very sort of easygoing things, including the fact that she loves to cook. So talking about sort of
she loves to cook.
So she's really going to try to be making
herself
relatable.
Cook,
I know we'll probably talk
black
about
people in prison cells.
So I'll leave sort of that
by not allowing them
but
to
the
have
idea is that for
AC
her
or
at the
access
top of the
to
ticket,
anything.
she's really going to be focused on sort of crisscrossing and barnstorming the country here.
Yeah, we are going to talk Veep stakes in just a minute. You're absolutely right, Yamiche. But that rebranding effort that is underway, as you say, is going to be clearly a critical part of her
strategy. The New York State Dem Party hates me, so I probably have better luck with the New Hampshire Dems.
Let me turn
you can try
to
the Ohio Dems.
Democrats rallying around Harris, and it happened very swiftly in a very robust way. She's not officially the nominee yet. You've been tracking the DNC Rules Committee meeting today. What does the process look like? Do we know anything more about the timeline for this?
Yeah, Kristen, the process to make her the official nominee is going to look very different from the roll call votes that
Georgia?
we have seen in know and
it's almost
possibly
as
love
if the
from
party
past
hates
conventions where you
progressives.
go around all the states. It's kind of raucous. Instead, Democrats are going to do something very unusual. They're going to do a virtual roll call vote ahead of the convention. And that's actually been the plan for months to get around a potential legal issue in Ohio. The deadline to get on the ballot there is August 7th. The legislature changed it, but they're not sure if it goes into effect. So that had been the plan all along. It was kind of a inconsequential detail when it was Joe Biden running.
Is it okay to buy
but then
Boeing
now with
stock?
Harris running and the potential for other candidates, they
You
revisited
can do whatever
that.
you want.
They decided to stick
The
with it. And
company,
just moments
though,
ago,
I wouldn't
the
trust.
Rules Committee passed it. So they're trying to get her nomination officially wrapped up by August 7th ahead of that. And then at the convention, it will be a kind of ceremonial crowning for her.
They hated the baby?
Alex,
Are
let
you
me
kidding me?
ask
That's
you,
crazy.
And this is significant what you're saying. You're saying they've now agreed that August 7th date is a go. So they're going to move forward with that. Is there any room for a potential challenger at this point, Alex?
Yeah, good question. There is, but not much. If you want to run against Kamala Harris for the Democratic presidential nomination, you have just days to act. You have until Saturday to announce your candidacy, and you only have until Tuesday to get what they call threshold support. That's where you need to get 300 signatures from delegates to the convention. So you better move very fast. And
we are in the window. Tomorrow is the window for candidates to declare. All right. Oshun, are you paying attention? We need to declare officially through the DNC, whatever that process is, tomorrow. And that'll be part of our stream too. As far as getting the delegate signatures, we will have to demand getting a list. And then that might be something you can do for the New Hampshire Democrats too, to see if they can provide us that list or how to get said list. And then see if we can get 300 signatures. If we could get 300 signatures by July 30th. And you know what's crazy? Is I will be in Scotland, I think, on August 3rd. No, I think it's August 4th. I'll be flying August 3rd. Either which way, that's hilarious. There is a chance, a very slim chance, but a chance nevertheless that we could become nominated by August 7th. That's hilarious. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make that shit go viral. Folks, I get it. There are a grand total of 179 followers and 7 of you watching as of right now. But we have the potential to make meme internet history. I have ran for the DNC chair. I've already been a candidate. I've already been at the national stage, and I've already won national polling. I've already won national level debates on CNN. All right. So I'm not a pretender to the position, right? I'm not. But clearly, I don't have the same type of name recognition as Kamala and others who might be vying for the spot. That being said, I am the only progressive person with any sort of experience who has the credibility and the authenticity to actually carry this out. So I implore you, if you are watching now or watching in the future, whenever this is a VOD, I implore you, make this go viral. Help us get that nomination. Contact your delegates, who tend to be your state elected officials and your so delegates are actually elected officials at the congressional and state levels that are Democrats. Those are typically the delegates. And then county members will also, like your county party, will be able to help you find out who they are as well. So I implore you to contact your Democratic Party at the county or state level of your obviously respective state and request that their delegates nominate me, or at least nominate me. They don't have to support me, but at least nominate me for the office of presidency so that we can at least have a showing of support against Kamala Harris and let them know that progressives have not yet capitulated the fight. So, do you have all this saved, Oshun?
And the vote on the nomination is going to happen as soon as August 1st. So this is compressing everything in this timeline. You know, critics might say to try to squeeze out anyone who might run against her, but it's also clear that she has really consolidated party support. According to our tally, she has something like 3/4 of all delegates to the convention already supporting her. So I think the biggest impact will be on her vice presidential search, compressing all of that potentially to just 2 weeks to try to get ahead of that August 7th deadline.
So she'll have to have it in by August
so she
7th.
also needs to find a VP. All right.
A little bit yeah.
I think Princess Kayla, you said you wanted to be VP? Got it. Let's go.
A little bit unclear. As far as the Democratic Party is concerned, they are delivering the presidential nominee.
Contact Bowman.
They say it's up to the campaign and up to the
Bowman
candidate
first,
herself,
then New Hampshire,
whether she
and then
wants
figuring
to get
out
her
how
vice
we
presidential
actually
nominee ahead of that
get the
August 7th
delegates and all
deadline.
that
It's
fun
clear
stuff.
they think that would be
Bowman might even have an answer
safer
for
to
us.
avoid potential litigation, but they have written the rules in a way that give her up until the convention, which is only August 19th. So, you know, it's not an enormous amount of time. But it's clear that from what we've heard from sources in the Harris campaign and the DNC, they really want to get both nominations by August 7th. So this is going to move very, very quickly.
All right. Well, appreciate your keeping us updated.
Wild.
Fascinating.
But it's possible. Because remember, when I ran for DNC chair, I needed 50 signatures to be considered a chair candidate. And guess what? I got them. I got all 50 signatures. That's how I was able to do the debate. That's how I was able to speak and be heard and so on and so forth. So there is a precedent to be set that perhaps an upstart progressive can be a contender for the office of the presidency. It is 6 o'clock, which brings us to our game time. We have, for your viewing pleasure, how race was invented. Because we finally covered everything that we needed to cover, so. Go ahead and do that.
In 1925, full of hope after the success of
the
his
event
country's
tomorrow would be the
revolution
perfect
5
opportunity
years
to get
earlier,
votes
the
from
Mexican
New Hampshire
writer,
delegates.
Jose Vasconcelos.
So, yes, there is an event tomorrow at 4 o'clock. That's somewhere in Massachusetts. If we get... So, Oshun, if you get a hold of Bauman, and he's like, yeah, X, Y, and Z, I'll be your first signature. And so on and so... Manchester, New Hampshire. Oh, it's in Manchester. Even better. Okay. Point being, it's at 4. So, Oshun, if you get a hold of Bowman, and we figure out what we need to do to get the delegates and the lists and all this, that, and the other, we'll figure that out. And if it looks like we can get to Manchester and talk to New Hampshire delegates, then we might very well just do that. Of course, that would delay the stream. Yes, please do. Because, again, that's at 4. That's at 4, and Manchester's a 30-minute drive from where I live. So, no matter what, sure. That's what I'm saying. We need to move on this quickly if we're going to move on it at all. I understand, Kayla. I truly do. But yes, if this is something that we're going to do, we might either not have a stream tomorrow, or it'll be an extremely delayed stream. And by extremely, I mean like 6 or 7 o'clock. Because I don't know how long that Manchester thing would be. So anyway, let's get that information and let's find out. Because hell, yeah, that might be a thing. That might be one hell of a thing, actually.
Proposed a speculative model for the future in which racism would supposedly be solved, arguing against the white supremacist, anti-race mixing beliefs that were dominant in the neighboring USA and among his country's own Spanish-descended elites. He said that the ideal human was actually not to be found in any one race, but rather in a fusion of them all. According to him, whites, blacks, Asians, Amerindians, etc. all had their own unique positive traits that the others lacked. So they were each but a shadow of what could be created if everyone just stopped being so racist and just mixed together to create a new race infused with the very best of everyone. He called this prospect the final race, the cosmic race. Many of Vasconcellos' contemporaries were eugenicists, who were adamant that white people were superior,
okay, that's what we got
and therefore needed to avoid mixing with the supposedly inferior races in order to preserve their superiority.
Ukraine tells China it is ready to negotiate with Russia
using his opponent's own ideas about selective human breeding against them to argue for the complete opposite. Vasconcellos was quite progressive for his time. He clearly despised racism and was thinking deeply about how it might be ended. But his work, nonetheless, had one huge, fatal flaw. He completely accepted the concept of race as valid, never questioning it, never asking how and why such a notion had even come about in the first place. Rather, he took the idea that humans could and should be divided into racial categories such as white and black for granted. This led him to a conclusion that still very much operated by that same exact logic. Races exist, they all have their own special positive traits, and therefore they should all merge into one race to take advantage of that. And many well-meaning people today still think quite similarly, just maybe not in terms of the proposed
solution. I kind of wonder if we should not do this on difficult,
though it does sound like a good time.
Mode.
Rather, like Vasconcellos, they take for granted that race is just kind of an irrevocable truth, a common sense sort of thing that just is. Maybe you're one of them. But since Vasconcellos' time, an abundance of historical, scientific, and sociological research has shown definitively that race is a social construct. What that means is that the categorization of people into immutable races, based mostly on arbitrary, superficial physical characteristics, especially facial features and skin color, is not an objectively existing fact of life, nor is it more scientifically valid than other methods of grouping human beings. Rather, it's something that was only developed and afforded importance by people. So while we could, for example, say with reasonable scientific certainty that the giant space rock that we call Earth is a thing that would exist regardless of whether we thought so or not, the same can't be said for race.
Awesome.
Basically, it's all in our heads. That doesn't mean that it's not real, though. Money, for example, is also a social construct. Without the complex array of social systems that afford it value, it's nothing but some pieces of paper and metal, or a number on your screen. Yet good luck arguing yourself out of a huge debt on that basis. In a socially constructed court before a judge with the socially constructed power to order the socially constructed police force to take you away into the socially constructed prison system. Probably not going to end very well. Point is that humans invented race doesn't mean that it doesn't have a tangible, pervasive effect in the real world. And to the countless people throughout history and the many billions today who are still very much affected by it, it no doubt seems very, very real. Some social constructs are better or more sensical than others, however, and it's safe to say that race, with all of the abominably awful stuff done in its name, hasn't exactly been a particularly good one. If I could give it a review, I'd give it a 0. 0 out of 10. But then how did it become such a prominent concept despite all of that? How did many of our societies come to put so much importance onto something that, if what I'm saying here is true, it would seem very illogical for us to really care much about it all? The answer is that it's because race and racism were invented very deliberately and then propagated by powerful people who had a very specific goal in mind: to legally and morally, at least for them, justify the hereditary, lifelong slavery of black Africans, and to prevent potential challenges to the perpetuation of this practice. It was all little more than a fiction created post hoc by people who already owned African slaves who wanted to solidify their economic, social, and political power. Everything else that followed from there, such as the invention of other racial categories beyond black and white, and their ordering on a hierarchy of supposed innate superiority, was built on this initial foundation. And race's continued importance today is a part of that chain too, stemming from those same beginnings and subsequent developments. So in this video, I'm gonna go over the history and explain just how and why, in detail, race was initially invented. It's very interesting and revealing. At times the process was so blatant that we can trace important parts of its development right down to specific historical documents. In 1500, a Christian Western European would have primarily identified along religious, national, or regional lines, definitely not racial ones. 300 years later, in 1800, that same person's descendants, now in the Americas, would be very likely to add a new identifier into that mix that linked them to other Europeans based on the idea that they all innately had something in common with one another, white. How'd that happen? Let's find out. The invention of the concept of race occurred primarily in the colonial Americas through the development of the opposing categories, black and white. Beforehand, while such terms had been used on occasion, they were convenient descriptions of immediately obvious physical differences rather than references to an actual racial framework. For example, there's a big difference between thinking, relative to me, this guy has black-colored skin, and nothing more than that, and thinking, relative to me, this guy has black-colored skin, ergo he is a part of the unified black race and shares certain innate characteristics with other members of this black race. The first example there doesn't necessarily imply any sort of racial thinking, while the second very clearly does, and the latter is the sort of thing that we're talking about here. The invention of race was a bit of a team effort, primarily involving the Spanish, Portuguese, and English, later British, empires. The Spanish, the first Europeans to colonize the Americas and import African slaves there, developed the concept of racial blackness in order to justify said slavery. And later, when the English started colonizing the Americas too, they picked the enslavement of Africans and the idea of racial blackness up from the Spanish. It was them who then took things to the next level, inventing the concept of racial whiteness to more clearly define who was and wasn't a slave. So because of that, this video will be divided into 3 parts. How blackness was invented, how whiteness was invented, and the conclusion. Let's start now at the beginning.
Hi, I'm Sunny from Nashua. When I was shopping for a new vehicle, I would say Volkswagen really made it happen.
Nashua. Palestine President Mohammed Abbas sends letter to Trump wishing him strength. Oh, not a good look.
The Spanish, over the course of about 100 years, codified and spread the concept of racial blackness to justify the mass slavery of Africans in the Americas. Slavery was, of course, nothing new. It had been practiced all across the world for millennia beforehand. Most relevant for us, though, are the European and Arab precedents. Both had long-established and interlinked practices of non-racialized slavery, which saw people of all ethnicities and all skin complexions enslaved, often alongside one another. This slavery was justified by its proponents on religious grounds. Muslims could only enslave non-Muslims, and Christians only non-Christians. Thus, at least according to religious law, which was quite dominant at the time, conversion was a route out of slavery. The situation in the New World, where one specific, physically rather than religiously defined group of people were assumed to be slaves by default, with special rules applying only to them, was quite different. There, even Christian Africans could be subjected to permanent, hereditary bondage. So we need to go over how this radical shift in the already abhorrent practice of slavery came about. How darker-skinned Central and West Africans came to be considered by the Spanish, both legally and socially, to be part of a unified black race, which, according to them, was also something of a natural slave race, an even lower class of slave than the slaves that had come before them. There are two very important interlinked developments which helped the Spanish to formulate their legal and moral justifications for this. The development of anti-black proto-racism in the Muslim world and widespread anti-Semitism among Iberian Christians that led them to develop ideas of innate, hereditary inferiority that they would later apply to black Africans. The Spanish absorbed a sort of primitive, underdeveloped concept of racial blackness through cultural exchange with the Muslim world, which they were also a part of. From the 8th century to the late 15th century, large parts of Spain were under Muslim rule. This was a time of relative religious tolerance and intermingling between Muslims, Christians, and Jews. For the time period, the Islamic rulers of the Iberian Peninsula were fairly ambivalent towards the practice of other Abrahamic religions. Nonetheless, the Muslims were the ones who were in charge, and their culture was therefore mostly dominant for many generations. So their ideas and practices filtered through to their Christian and Jewish subjects, both directly and indirectly. At its height, Muslim rule extended from the northernmost areas of modern-day Portugal and Spain down to the furthest reaches of northern Africa, and east from there all the way to Pakistan. It was these Muslim empires, kingdoms, and caliphates that were in a position of economic power and hegemony that allowed them to nearly monopolize the trade in slaves from Africa. As they moved south of the Sahara Desert, they encountered an abundance of darker-skinned African pagans who subsequently came under their rule. Since they were not people of the book who were under the protection of a Muslim ruler, they were ineligible for the legal protections that were afforded to Christians and Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. Thus, they could be legally enslaved. Millions of Africans were therefore enslaved in this way over the many centuries of Muslim hegemony. While they were, as mentioned earlier, enslaved alongside people of all appearances and origins, these black slaves, as they eventually came to be called, were the most numerous of them all and were exported across the Muslim world at the time, including to present-day Spain and Portugal, where Jewish and Christian Iberians also joined in on enslaving them, and employed very similar religious justifications for doing so. The legal justifications that were used during this era of slavery were religious, and remain so throughout. But the pure abundance of African slaves, who had visibly darker skin relative to others in these societies, over time resulted in them being seen as a sort of distinct group, one that was supposedly inferior for reasons that went beyond just them not being religious believers. They came to be considered even lower than other slaves, and so the hardest and most degrading forms of labor were reserved for them. It's important to clarify here that the racial sense of the term black wasn't actually yet in anything resembling wide use during this period.
As of right now, there's still
large numbers of relatively darker-skinned people being forced to do what were considered the absolute worst forms of labor,
so
led to the
we're gonna have to figure out
itself
how
being
we're gonna keep this alive.
associated solely with black people in certain parts of the Muslim world. By the 14th century, the word black, while still not quite being used officially nor very widely, was now being used negatively by some writers in North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula. For example, the famous Tunisian historian Ibn Khaldun wrote decades before the Spanish and Portuguese ever even arrived in the Americas that blacks are, as a whole, submissive to slavery because they have little that is essentially human and have attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals. Passages like this are practically identical to those that would soon be used to justify black slavery in the colonized Americas for many centuries. It is thus from their 800-year-long integration into the Muslim world that the Iberian Christians who invaded the Americas, consciously or not, picked up the idea that the people who they would come to generalize as black were innately inferior. There are, however, two very important caveats here. One, this development had very little to do with Islam itself, and more to do with the position of hegemonic power that the Islamic world held during this period. There's no reason to believe that Christians or Jews, in the same position, wouldn't have done the same, since their own laws regarding slavery were practically identical. And as I'll be going over soon, the Spanish and Portuguese Christians, once they did take over, turned out to be much less tolerant of other religions than the Muslim rulers had been, and created even harsher rules and conditions, specifically regarding black slavery. And 2, this early anti-black sentiment was never actually accepted across the Islamic world, not socially nor officially. It was a niche, informal idea rather than anything resembling a state or religious ideology. Islamic religious leaders and jurists went to pains to argue that all Muslims were equal and that there was no such thing as a natural slave. During their 800-year-long period of dominance, Muslims never created any slavery laws that applied specifically to black Africans. Still, it's practically certain that at least some slave owners did ignore the law and refused to release slaves who had converted to Islam by appealing to this early form of anti-black proto-racism, a chilling sign of what was to come later in the Americas. Thus, the concept of racial blackness had its first roots in the desire to justify slavery by dehumanizing slaves. However, as historian David Bryan Davis noted, Muslims did not develop nor practice the kind of systemic racial oppression that later appeared in white South Africa and most of the New World. The most important innovation of the Spanish to the long-standing practice of black African slavery was that they took this pre-existing, informal idea of an innate racial blackness, which was fairly uncommon and mostly held by slave-owning elites themselves, and spread it far wider. In contrast with the Islamic theologians and jurists who had rejected any notion of doing so, they turned it into actual formal law, an official ideology, and a truly systemic form of racial oppression. The other big contributing factor was anti-Semitism, combined with its associated legal religious discrimination. In the mid-1400s, Spanish authorities in areas that were independent of Muslim rule began enacting statutes on limpieza de sangre, or purity of blood in English, a system of legal discrimination based on religion. After the Reconquista was completed in 1492, with almost the entire Iberian Peninsula under Christian rule for the first time in many centuries, these laws were quickly expanded massively almost everywhere across the region. The many Jews and Muslims who had stayed in their homes and who were thus now living under Christian rule were suddenly legally considered to be impure, and due to this they were excluded from professional occupations such as medicine, from administrative positions, from being able to go to university, and from many other things. They were also subject to pervasive social discrimination as a result, in stark contrast to the relative interfaith tolerance that characterized Muslim rule. But these purity of blood laws did not simply apply to people who were currently Jews or Muslims. They also applied to anyone with traceable Muslim or Jewish ancestors. Spanish Christians had already been engaging in mass forced conversions, especially of Jews, since at least the 14th century. And now, with their much more complete control over the peninsula, they were able to force conversions onto many more Muslims and Jews.
This is going to be a
Keep
problem.
These so-called new Christians as a legal underclass despite their conversions, the blood purity laws were created and spread. There was also a sort of conspiracy theory that motivated this.
Where
Muslims,
am I supposed
and
to go?
especially Jews in Christian-controlled parts of Spain, had long been considered as something of an internal enemy, who were always scheming against Christendom. Now that many of them had converted to be Christians themselves, they were seen as something even more nefarious. Now the idea was that they had successfully infiltrated Christianity and were plotting to destroy it from within. So now each of them was seen as like a potential
we don't need to do this anymore.
Who was still secretly practicing their old religion in private and who was just waiting for the right moment, possibly across generations.
My phone is old and there's no space on it.
So-called old Christian neighbors in the back. This led
don't
to
mind
the
me. I'm trying
widespread
to on bathing suits for
that would
Leia's
also become a
pool
crucial
party.
part of anti-black racism in the future. That Jewishness and Muslimness were not just religious beliefs, but rather immutable negative traits carried in the blood, which could never be overcome. Descendants of Jews in particular were especially victimized over this notion. The system of limpieza de
Red
sangre
hats.
was then exported to the Americas once colonization there began. First as an informal continuation of the social norms in Peninsular Spanish society, and later as actual formal law. This was thus the other piece of the initial puzzle. Ideas of hereditary, immutable inferiority
kill
were
Farouk
already
Yassar before he
widespread
reaches
and
his
even
fortress.
codified into law. The Spanish would then combine this with the aforementioned anti-black proto-racism to justify slavery in a way that would lead to the concept of racial blackness, thereafter opening up the Pandora's box of modern-style racial thought. Now with the precedent established, we can move on further in the development. Once they arrived in the Americas, the Spanish began encountering different groups of indigenous people, and after conquering them by force, they needed to integrate them into their socioeconomic hierarchy, and this meant applying their already existing religious laws to them. Initially, the first colony founded by Christopher Columbus immediately subjected indigenous people to mass slavery, treating them as human only when convenient. But concerns regarding the religious legality of this practice led to reforms. Indians, as the Spanish called them, were declared by a series of royal and church decrees to be pure of blood, provided that they agreed to convert. The logic behind this was that they'd never heard of the Christian God, and thus they couldn't be blamed for their non-belief. This change was made for two reasons. First, in order to incentivize surrender and voluntary submission to Spanish rule, since the Spanish had found that Indians were much more willing to fight to the death and make them pay dearly for their attempted conquest if slavery was the only fate that awaited them. And second, because the Spanish royals and religious authorities were genuinely concerned with the potential religious consequences of enslaving Indians. If they'd gotten the decision wrong, they believed that they could potentially go to hell for it. So, after years of debate, those who argued for the humanity and religious purity of Indians won out, and, at least formally, it was decided that they could only be enslaved if they refused to become Christians. In practice, these laws were often not enforced at all, or the Spanish conquistadors would use loopholes to get around them. One common means through which they did this was to, upon first
Can't even get
contact with
started
a new
on this
group of
particular
indigenous
map.
people,
Okay, so I
read
have
off
to
a
fight
document
everything.
called the Requirement,
That's what I was
which demanded
hoping
that
I
they
could
immediately
avoid, but,
convert to
evidently
Christianity.
not.
However, this was done in Spanish, which the natives obviously did not understand. When they inevitably failed to comply with these demands, that was used as a justification to immediately violently attack them and enslave the survivors, who had now, according to a literal reading of Spanish law, rejected Christ and could therefore be legally enslaved. Still, at least formally, at this early stage, outright Indian slavery was common, but still not quite the norm, and the Spanish didn't yet look at the native peoples of the Americas in terms of race. Rather, they were conceived of as members of the so-called Republic of Indians. This was juxtaposed with the term that the Spanish used for their rule of the Americas, the Republic of Spaniards. This distinction was clearly based on an idea of nationality and culture rather than something racial. Like, for example,
Seriously,
if
why
they had
is this
instead
game
named their side
choosing
the
to be
Republic
such a
of
pain in my
Whites.
ass?
Indigenous people were
didn't-
definitely
I
considered
did not
to be
change their
inferior,
stance to don't
but
attack.
this was not quite yet due
Oh
to
my
widespread
God.
ideas of innate hereditary
attack.
biological inferiority. Rather, their purported inferiority
Good
was due
grief,
to their
this is
status as
annoying.
people who had been forced into submitting to the Catholic monarchs and who were,
Or maybe it's
as a
because we're
result,
listening to all this
legally
history of
discriminated
racist
against,
drivel.
forced to pay tribute, and provide quotas of forced labor to the Spanish. This was combined with prejudices against their supposedly inferior culture. Since Indians were not considered to have impure blood, the child of an Indian and a Spaniard could theoretically become civilized, at least eventually, and be integrated into the Republic of Spaniards. Ideas of innate, hereditary sort of inferiority were therefore at least not quite official at this early point in time. Racial thinking surrounding Indians would gradually become more hegemonic later on, especially during the 1600s, but this was largely a consequence of the expansion of the racist framework that was initially developed in order to discriminate against black slaves. I need to take a second here to discuss the famous casta paintings of the 18th and 19th centuries. You might have seen them before. Some historians overinterpreted the significance of these paintings, leading them to believe that the Spanish colonial system operated with a frankly ridiculously convoluted system of race-based hierarchy which described every single possible racial mixture and discriminated against each to varying degrees. However, in reality, these paintings were mere art pieces commissioned by elites who were obsessed with race, rather than being indicative of real, actually existing social or legal hierarchies. This becomes much more
started the
obvious
slave
when
trade
we
in the
look
American
closer.
continent.
In the
Yep.
most famous casta painting, the 15th category is literally just called I don't understand you, making it clear that the work probably wasn't meant to be taken very seriously in the first place. Some of the terms in the paintings were used often, such as mulatto to describe the child of a black and Spanish couple, or mestizo to describe the child of an Indian and Spanish couple. The point here is that there was not really much of an official caste system based on such a massive plethora of categories describing every single possible degree of racial mixture. There definitely was an actual caste system in the Spanish Americas, but in practice it was much simpler. The most important categories were Spanish, usually meaning European, or at least someone who was mixed race between European and Indian, who was legitimized by the Spanish side of their family, was culturally Spanish, and who lived among Spaniards. There were very, very isolated exceptions early on, but a social understanding developed over time, whereby the term became associated with light skin and with racial whiteness. We'll be covering that more in depth later on. Mestizo, meaning people who were mixed-race European Indians, who were not accepted as being full Spaniards, but who usually lived among them nonetheless. Indian, meaning anyone with Indian ancestors who was culturally Indian and lived among them, and black, meaning anyone with black African ancestry. While different terminology was used to refer to black people based on their degree of black ancestry, such as the words casta and mulatto, all were subject to very similar legal and social oppression because they were nonetheless considered to be impure. Of these categories, black was the only one which was considered to taint the blood of a union with members of the others. So the children of at least one parent with known African ancestry were legally condemned to a life of pervasive discrimination. This was true all the way up until the very end of Spanish imperial rule. I'll now explain how this actually came about. A process which was completely, irrevocably linked with slavery and the previously mentioned antecedents. After the laws that declared that Indians were in effect old Christians, and which therefore technically outlawed Indian slavery were passed, Spanish authorities went scrambling looking for a replacement, as actually paying their workers was a thing that they really didn't want to do. Influenced by the recent entry into the African slave trade of their Portuguese neighbors, they settled on the long-established practice of black African slavery. Throughout the 16th century, even those who were staunch advocates for the humanity of indigenous Americans, who fought valiantly against the abuses wrought against them by the Spanish colonial system, rarely, if ever, afforded the same level of humanitarian zeal to enslaved black Africans. The most prominent example is Bartolomé de las Casas, a prominent Spanish priest. His arguments were instrumental in convincing the Catholic Church and the Spanish monarchs to pass the aforementioned reforms directed at elevating the legal status of Indians. It's not an exaggeration to say that without him, Spanish colonization could have been even more brutal than it already was. Yet even he, in 1518, argued that Indian slaves should just be replaced with African ones, and he saw absolutely no issue with doing so at the time. The consensus was now universal, and the blacks, as they were now being called, had practically no advocates. Las Casas, about a decade later, repudiated his stance. He argued that he'd been misled into believing that the Africans who were kidnapped into slavery by the Portuguese, from whom Spain was buying most of their slaves in this early period, had been captured in so-called just wars, and had been offered the chance to convert to Christianity but had refused. He was still using the classic religious justification for slavery and applying it equally regardless of race. But the damage had by then already been done. Black slaves were being imported into the Spanish Americas en masse, and set in stone social and legal justifications for enslaving Africans were developing. As a consequence, the racist conception of blackness was spreading, and the Spanish were already looking upon African slaves as subhuman, unfit for anything more than forced labor for life. But De las Casas, when he changed his mind on African slavery, had raised a very good point, one which was taken seriously by his contemporaries. There was no basis under established law, not Jewish, not Christian, and not Muslim, for the unconditional, permanent enslavement of black Africans, regardless of how inferior they supposedly were or weren't. If they were Christians or had converted to Christianity, the law was clear that they were to be freed. And additionally, most of them had, just like the Indians, never heard of Christ before European contact, and thus should not have been able to be condemned for their disbelief. Logically, they should have been considered pure of blood and therefore equal to old Christians, just as Indians had been. Thus, De las Casas argued that the tens of thousands, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands, of African slaves who had at that early point was entirely correct. This was a big problem for African slavery, so they did some mental gymnastics in order to codify specific rules that would only apply to black Africans and their descendants. They looked towards the biblical curse of Ham, which is really a curse on his son, Canaan. In the Bible, Noah curses Canaan to punish his father because he gazed upon Noah's nakedness. When Noah finds out this happened, he's said to have raged, "Cursed be Canaan! The lowest of slaves he will be to his brothers." So, for the unforgivable, unspeakable crime that his dad committed of looking at a dick, Noah cursed Canaan with being the lowest of the slaves, destined to be in servitude to the rest of God's children. This passage is very clearly ripe for interpretation, and interpreted it was. Jewish, Muslim, and Christian theologians all ask the same questions. Does that mean that Canaan's descendants also carry that same curse? If so, who are they? And since the Bible says that Canaan should be a slave to his brothers, and the rest of humanity are supposedly mostly descended from said brothers, then wouldn't that give the rest of God's children, aka the right to enslave his descendants no matter what? The Bible is unclear about just who Ham and Canaan's descendants would be in the present day, and makes no references specifically to like a racial skin color like black or white, and that leaves it open to even more interpretation. It could, theoretically, with sufficient mental gymnastics, be used to legitimize the slavery of nearly anyone. And so it was, now that I put it that way, seemingly kind of inevitably, applied to black Africans. The earliest record of that use comes from the 1100s, when a Jewish writer living in the Muslim world noted that some say that the blacks are slaves because of Noah's curse on Ham. This time, there were none of the practical concerns that had partly motivated the Spanish to raise the legal status of Indians, and the fear of eternal damnation to hell for unjustly enslaving Christians or potential Christians was sated by this biblical justification. So they drew upon this established precedent of claiming that black Africans were cursed by Noah to be eternal slaves, and therefore obviously could never be true Christians, right? By this perverse logic, religious laws that exempted Christians from slavery would not apply to them, which made them permanent, hereditary slaves. Conversion no longer had any potential to free them. The only legal path to liberation for a black African slave in the Spanish colonies would be voluntary release by their master, and even then, they would still face pervasive legal discrimination. Thus, in the early 1600s, advocacy from the Mexican branch of the Catholic Church convinced the immensely powerful Spanish Inquisition to mark black Africans as impure, utilizing the already existing blood purity system to turn informal ideas of innate racial blackness and the supposed inferiority of black Africans into official ideology. Unlike the descendants of Jews and Muslims, however, they were not considered impure due to the religious beliefs of their ancestors, but simply due to the linkage of skin color, facial features, and their type of hair with a biblical myth. This official association of an innate, insurmountable, hereditary inferiority with superficial physical features, for all intents and purposes, completed the invention of the black race, a concept that was evidently created by slave societies in order to secure the practice of black African slavery. The actual broader systemic framework of race, however, encompassing more than just one or two groups of people, was yet to be invented. That development would come soon afterwards, through the invention of the white race and whiteness, in contrast to the concept of racial blackness, invented in order to condemn a specific group of people to an insurmountable place at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Racial whiteness came about as a way to more clearly define just who was at the top. This first happened in the context of another colonial American society, where differing circumstances gave it much more utility.
Your words ring true, young Ishmael. We are pledged to your cause.
When the English began colonizing the Americas in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, they quickly took up the already entrenched Spanish and Portuguese practice of African slavery, and with it, they inherited the idea of racial blackness. However, the English legal system was different to the Spanish one. While it involved plenty of religious discrimination, the power of its church was not as pronounced, and it lacked something like the Spanish blood purity laws to draw upon. The English colony on the Caribbean island of Barbados, founded in 1627, quickly took to establishing its own laws regarding slavery. The first of these, passed by the governing Barbados Council in 1636, decreed that Negroes and Indians that came here to be sold should serve for life, unless a contract was before made to the contrary. There was no actual definition given as to what constituted a Negro or an Indian, making it clear that these categories, established by the Spanish, were already taken to be self-evident. Note that the second part there regarding contracts was only intended to apply to Indian indentured servants, limited numbers of whom were transported to Barbados. There is no evidence that any black person in Barbados was ever an indentured servant rather than a slave. Another implication is that European people could not be enslaved because they were not one of the two categories listed. So the English practiced racial slavery in the Americas from the very beginning, with black people assumed to be slaves by default. Most indentured servants in Barbados were, however, actually Europeans, but indentured servitude was very different to slavery. Servants were treated with incredible cruelty, just like slaves, but they nonetheless had ways out that slaves didn't. A slave was property for life, as were their children, while an indentured servant only had to serve for the duration of their contract, and this wasn't hereditary. Despite these differences, slaves and indentured servants nonetheless worked alongside one another, and the brutality they all suffered engendered some camaraderie between them. Many of the European indentured servants were Irish rebels who'd been captured and forced to labor in the American colonies as punishment. They had no real understanding of race themselves, no prior knowledge of the ideological hatred of black people that was prevalent in the Americas. In fact, Given that they were now being forced to work for their English enemies, they had a lot more in common with the black slaves than with their masters, which was reason for them to unite and fight together. And so they did. By the 1660s, there'd been a number of rebellions of black slaves and European servants, especially Irish ones. This potential for collaboration between these two groups terrified the English ruling class. As historian Jenny Shaw summarised, through their refusal to conform to English expectations about their behaviour, Irish Catholics and enslaved Africans alike pushed back against the constraints of colonial Caribbean society. Sometimes the actions they took had the power to frighten English officials because of the religious connotations of Irish Catholics trying to subvert Protestant rule. On other occasions, the threat came from Africans determined to overthrow a system that was the lifeblood of the English Caribbean and central to its success, and at other times these interests merged. Each moment of rebellion was profoundly frightening for English officials, who were given physical proof of the fragile nature of the hierarchies they were trying to enforce. But for enslaved Africans and Irish Catholics, the response must have been quite the opposite. They felt strength in their solidarity with one another and excitement at the power they held when they saw how panicked English authorities and settlers were, not just about the possibility of a revolt, but about one that involved a mix of races, cultures, and religions acting in concert against English rule. The English rulers of Barbados took these threats very, very seriously, and their response was to try to cause divisions between European servants and African slaves. So they passed a sweeping new law in 1661 that aimed to improve conditions for servants in order to disincentivize them from rebellion, while simultaneously incentivizing them to help with the oppression of black slaves. To do this, they used the legal category of Christian, which was juxtaposed with negro, which is just black in Spanish. This was intended to group all Europeans on the island together, regardless of social status, in opposition to black slaves. For some examples of servants being granted more rights and protections, punishments for Christian servants who violated their contracts were heavily
I was not expecting to get a castle out of this.
Every 2 hours of absence from their plantation was to be punished with an extra month on their contract, but now it was only punished with an extra day. In contrast, the punishment for a black slave who committed the same crime remained the same: torture via whipping. And second,
Shrivon's Town Center.
If you can believe it, it hadn't been explicitly illegal for a master to kill a servant, but this was now outlawed, with violators to be punished with a hefty fine of 20,000 pounds of sugar. In contrast, it was legal for a master to kill their slaves in almost any circumstance beyond extremely sadistic cruelty, and the fine for that was only 3,000 pounds of sugar. And for some examples of how Christian servants were forced and incentivized to help with the repression of enslaved blacks, a servant who captured a runaway slave would immediately be released from their contract, which was a massive incentive for them to turn on slaves rather than fight alongside them, and which obviously created lots and lots of suspicion and animosity between the two groups, essentially turning servants into obligate snitches. Secondly, servants were now forced to abide by some of the same laws that ensured the control of slaves by their masters. A Christian servant was now, like all other non-slaves, legally obliged to inform on a master or overseer who failed to whip their runaway slaves, or who failed to ensure that a slave who left the plantation had the ticket required for doing so. They were to be rewarded with half of the fine imposed on the master. They were also integrated into the island's militia, whose primary purpose was to suppress slave rebellions. The law now stipulated that all planters
this game looks fun. It's called Age of Empires 2, and it is fun.
Mustered and trained in power in case of insurrection. So servants were even trusted with weapons and martial training, provided that they could be directed into using it against black people rather than against the English ruling class. Servants were now also included in laws that were originally designed to protect masters from slaves. Previously, the law mandated that a slave was to be subject to corporal punishment if they hit their master, but in the 1661 law, the word master was replaced with Christian, granting servants the same protections from much feared slave violence as any other European. And while the law was granting these servants all of these new protections and incentive structures to help oppress black slaves, it also stipulated many new punishments for slaves while not giving them even a single new protection. All in all, as historian Edward Rugemer summarized, with simultaneous actions, the Comprehensive Acts of 1661 raised the status of indentured laborers and reduced the condition of African slaves. The 1661 laws appear to have been very successful at their goal of dividing servants and slaves, so much so that other English colonies started to copy them. Just 3 years later, in 1664, the recently established English colony of Jamaica adopted those same laws to the letter. But the Jamaican colony ran into a serious issue with its wording. The Barbados law had failed to consider the possibility that a black African might be a Christian. How do you kill him before he gets to his fortress? This was more of a problem for them because of legal precedents set in England itself, such as 2 cases in 1677 that ruled, respectively, that baptism would free slaves and that slavery was dependent on non-Christian status, making no reference to race. While few records exist of slaves legally suing for freedom based on conversion in Jamaica itself,
we're gonna need
there's evidence of such appeals being made in the North American colony of Virginia, where more logs of legal proceedings survived, and enough black slaves had argued for their freedom on this basis throughout the English American colonies that some of them, such as Maryland and New York, passed laws that directly stipulated that conversion would not free black slaves. This was somewhat different to how Jamaica would deal with the issue. Slave owners there became so fixated on the subject that we can infer that slaves there definitely did try to sue for their freedom.
How can you get there before he gets to his
wording in the 1661 Barbados law? Slaves formally challenging for their freedom based on their Christianity doubtlessly terrified their owners. This is made very obvious in Jamaica's 1684 Slave Act.
There's something I'm clearly missing because
Barbados one, which specifically
that doesn't even make
that
sense.
If a slave were to become a Christian, conversion would in no way alter his or her status as a slave. Between this act and an earlier 1681 act revising the rights of servants, there was an even more important change which made that clause practically obsolete, in a way that would have profound implications for the future. The term Christian from the 1661 Barbados Act was replaced across the board with white.
So it's because
now
I sent
it was
Ismail.
not just slavery that was associated with a racial category, but freedom too. If you weren't a slave, basically you were white. With that one change, black slavery was effectively completely legally secured, because while a black slave could become Christian, he couldn't just change the color of his skin. The word white to refer to all Europeans together had entered the vocabulary of the English New World colonies in the decades prior. Since the 1640s, it had been used on occasion as an interchangeable synonym of Christian, and had even been used once before in the wording of a 1652 law, though in a surprisingly non-discriminatory way. So clearly, the concept of racial whiteness had already been developing beforehand, though it hadn't yet supplanted the religious
so we are not
grouping
going
of
to touch
Christian,
Ismail
which at least in the eyes of the people who use the term,
stay right
encompassed basically all Western Europeans, the same people as white did. Only with the 1684 Jamaica laws did this change.
What is
as an
this
actual
shit?
formal framework, whiteness was adopted by English colonial society to protect the institution of black African slavery, a process that began with the 1661 Barbados laws designed to obliterate solidarity between white servants and black slaves, and which reached its culmination with the 1684 Jamaica Slave Act, which definitively ensured the perpetual slavery of black Africans by replacing a religious term with an immutable racial one. Now, the much older concept of racial blackness had its polar opposite.
And then, of course, there's, units that I'd have to fight on top of that.
Familiar with today, had the seeds
I guess what we're going to do instead is
both to other places and to other so-called races. And expand it did, Not only did this
because
innovation
there's
quickly
no
make
way.
it back to Barbados
How are you
itself,
supposed to attack
but it
them?
also made it to North America. In South Carolina, for example, the 1684 Jamaica Slave Act was copied word for word. Other English colonies also appreciated the utility of this much clearer distinction between black African slaves and Europeans. The legal terminology of whiteness quickly went from being non-existent to pervasive all across the English Americas. This is clear particularly in the colony of Virginia. Much like in Jamaica and Barbados, slave owners there feared the potential of unity between white servants and black slaves. This fear was even more pronounced there, as there had actually been two rebellions in the prior decades in which servants and slaves had fought on the same side against the colonial authorities. So in 1691, they adopted Jamaica's innovation, legally defining whites as a higher class of person than black. Then, in 1705, these laws were amplified even further, granting white servants more rights and protections, while codifying even further repression of black slaves, just as had been done in Barbados 40 years prior. It's from these origins that whiteness went from being an uncommon, mostly informal correlation, to being widely accepted as the polar opposite of black, and thus an irrevocable part of an ideological framework of race, in which whites were at the top, blacks were at the bottom, and other races were in between. This quickly took hold across the Americas, and from there it reached Europe and other parts of the world, where it also became a taken-for-granted, common-sense sort of notion. The speed of this was truly blistering. Already in the mid-1700s, European intellectuals like Voltaire and Kant were already writing about the superiority of the white race over the black one. Perhaps unsurprising, given that the only information they had on the subject were the biased writings of racists in the Americas that crossed the Atlantic. The invention of race had been a resounding success at what it was designed to do, to dehumanize groups of people and unite another group in their oppression across the lines of nationality, class, etc. And that is exactly how it was used for centuries more to come. Before moving on to the conclusion, I want to delve a bit deeper into the development of Spanish whiteness. The Spanish never really had much of a use for a legally codified whiteness as the English did. Their laws already condemned black slaves to lifelong, hereditary bondage, and left them with no possible out within the system. In contrast, laws in the English colonies were less secure and had to be changed more over time. Since immigration to the Spanish colonies was much more heavily limited, mostly comprising of Spaniards and a few others who were in the employ of the Spanish crown regardless, it was easy enough to just lump the edge cases into the Spanish category rather than creating a whole new wider one. Additionally, majority European descended people nearly exclusively worked in professional occupations or were members of the landowning ruling class. Hands-on labor was overwhelmingly done by Africans and indigenous people, so there was no need to cause division between Africans and Europeans who had interests in common, as there had been in the English colonies, because they just didn't exist in meaningful numbers. Lastly, the Spanish also intermarried with other ethnicities far more than the English did, not out of the goodness of their hearts or anything, but rather because there just were not really any European women at all, or at least practically almost none, in the Spanish colonies, especially very early on. Leaving what constituted a Spaniard as more open to interpretation was therefore often convenient for them, because they sometimes needed to apply that label to mixed-race people for practical purposes. Fathers needed heirs, and the empire needed additional manpower to serve in its military, administrative positions, etc., which only those classed as Spanish were normally allowed to do. For all those reasons, whiteness was never formally codified before the fall of the Spanish Empire. The dominant term remained Spanish. Nonetheless, over time, the term Spanish did come to be associated with a fair complexion, so there was still a social idea of whiteness. The word white was additionally sporadically used in some laws, though never systemically so as in the English colonies, and by the mid-1700s, Spanish and white were virtually synonymous, regardless of what the law said. Still, exceptions remained. For example, in the late 1700s, a couple hundred freemen with black ancestry were allowed to purchase the so-called removal of their defect, meaning exemption from the regime of legal discrimination that the blood purity laws had long dictated. While this didn't explicitly say that someone was white, the fact that they now lacked any defect according to the law meant that they had all of the same rights as any white person de facto, regardless of ancestry or appearance or anything. And white people noticed this. A letter from white elites protesting this option complained that a pardo, meaning a person of mixed European, African, and Indian ancestry, dispensed from his defect, would be eligible for all those functions that up until now had been appropriate for a white man. Classes will swarm with mulatto students. They will expect to enter the seminary, possess municipal offices. They will serve in public offices and the royal treasury. They will become knowledgeable of all public and private affairs. They concluded that allowing people with black ancestry to remove their defects would result in the discouragement and retirement
disgusting
of white
rhetoric,
and decent
let me tell you.
persons from public affairs. So clearly, the European
How is
descended
being
elite who
a
were
certain
classified
skin
as
color
Spanish
a defect by
had
birth?
also come to see themselves as white, and believed that places at the top of the hierarchy should be reserved for white people. Nonetheless, the Spanish did lag behind the English, who'd already incorporated a legal framework of whiteness into their colonies more than 100 years before the letter that I just quoted from was even written. I was unfortunately unable to find any research on whether or not the English development of whiteness influenced the Spanish in their own development of whiteness to any real noticeable degree. In retrospect, however, it does seem like it was kind of an inevitable development anyway. You'd expect that when you explicitly brand the lowest tier of your social hierarchy as
we have
black,
a permanent base
and
of operations.
treat them and see
Set
them as
forth
something
and spread
akin
my
to
work to as
animals,
many
those who
commands as you
rule
can
over
find.
them would probably
We will need
eventually
quite the
come to
contingent
define
to
themselves
fight
as
to
the
the shield.
complete opposite color, which also undoubtedly would have been helped along by their lighter skin complexion. Both societies were incredibly racist from their very beginnings. They relied heavily on slave labor and needed racism to legitimize it. But race as a framework is, well, a framework. So it requires more than just one or two random categories. Thus, it only truly came into being when the English colonial elite declared themselves and other Europeans to be white, thereby officially racializing themselves too. The Spanish lagged behind in that respect. Race was created by slave owners for slave owners who wanted to avoid even the slightest minuscule possibility that a slave could win their freedom from within the system itself. This invention has been pretty great for said slave owners, and also the other people who they codified as being white alongside them at the top of the hierarchy, and incredibly, abominably awful for pretty much everyone
That literally
else.
took everything.
And now we're all
That was
stuck
literally
with the mess
from
that they
start to
created.
finish.
But maybe not forever. The power of race
Chasing him
has,
down.
after all, dwindled quite a bit over time, ever since its utility as a justification for slavery became mostly obsolete. It's still incredibly pervasive and really seems kind of inescapable at times, but who knows? Maybe in a few hundred years, it'll be but a shadow of what it is today. Or maybe it'll just continue to be used to justify oppression and to discourage others from standing alongside the oppressed, as it pretty much has always been. I really don't know, I can't see the future. Sorry. There's no call to action in this video, nothing that you or I can really do to challenge the incredible, ingrained idea of race. So, I guess just try not to be racist. You might ask though, why not just do what Morgan Freeman suggested many years ago and just ignore race? pretend it doesn't exist. Well, that's a bad idea, because acting like race doesn't exist isn't going to fix anything. Racism is embedded into political, social, and economic systems, as well as deep into our psyches. If we all somehow came together and agreed to just stop calling each other white, black, brown, or whatever tomorrow, the racial framework that shaped and still shapes our thinking and our world would still be there. We can't fix that by just putting our fingers in our ears and closing our eyes. In fact, that would actively do harm, since it would impede our ability to tackle racial issues. Unfortunately, in our lifetimes, race just isn't going anywhere. It might become a little bit less important, but really, if that happens, we probably won't even notice it. So yeah, I think the main part of this video concluded well enough on its own, and maybe I didn't actually need a conclusion. At the very least, I hope you now at least have a good understanding of the fact that race is a social construct, how and why it was socially constructed, and what a social construct actually is. Because what better way to introduce people to that concept than by going over how one of the most pervasive, notorious, socially constructed concepts in human history was socially constructed? I feel like a bit of a tryhard using that term 5 times in one sentence. I swear it was not intentional. So anyway, subscribe to my channel for more videos like this, and consider supporting me on Patreon or Ko-fi so that I can keep on making long and overly detailed videos. You can get rewards there like previews of and early access to some of my videos, access to the community Discord server, and your name in the credits, which I'm about to play right now. Thank you to all of my patrons for their support, and especially my $25 plus patrons: Benny G, Mischief and Fins, Brandon Flowers, Kareem, Jesse Hosick, Diego X, Brosnan, A Big Mean Cat, Jel Cribson, Arthur Simac Jones, Evan Carroll, Shub, William Tomlinson, Pote, Darcius B, and my $10 plus patrons. Can't care less. Insert.
Okay. We don't care. We definitely don't care. Biden should be speaking soon. All right, that's good, because we needed something else anyway, and that's a perfect segue. Very enlightening.
$10 can help fund powerful ads to reach undecided voters.
Documentary on the rise of racism.
Red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build
but definitely
a record
disturbing.
1.7 million new
How much of it was from the
nationwide.
Spanish and the Inquisition? Like,
now pass!
Yikes.
Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down.
I don't know how many light cabs we're going to need.
In the world. We need to have the best education system in the world.
2 Cavaliers. And I don't know how we're going to stop them.
All of you.
So as long as he's standing there,
every child a good start
we have a chance of
providing access to preschool for
stopping him, and that's what we're going for.
You know, I think I pointed out last year. That children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is.
Oh, I had a black. Oops.
I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president.
Oh, no.
I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore.
We are being attacked by Oregon.
Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools. So students get hands-on experience and a path to a good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. When I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans, I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters.
I guess we'll just listen to this then. In the meantime, we're almost done with this
like
particular
Keenan Jones,
achievement.
a public educator from Minnesota, who's
whether
here
or
with
not
us
we
tonight.
can pull
Keenan,
it
where
off
are you?
with
Keenan,
this
thank you.
smaller army.
He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise.
Panelists are going to very much so help.
And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and the very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut. Overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit.
All we got to do is kill this guy.
They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers.
Go.
Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair?
Die. Perfect.
Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break?
It took 23 minutes.
I sure don't.
And
I'm
some sort of weird glitch that I am happy to take advantage of.
Earning less than $400,000 a year will pay additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny.
And I think we can go ahead and call
that. They haven't yet.
Done.
In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half.
Own eyes. Sneak attack.
Restore that child tax credit. No child
what's
should
another
go hungry
achievement we need here?
The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations
complete
and the very
all
wealthy
side
begin to pay
quests
their
and
fair share.
Alexandra the Great. I need to
Remember
know
in
which one that
2020,
is.
55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%.
That's fine. Which achievement is it, damn it? Tamar King.
So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share.
Wait. I think we didn't
also
set the right difficulty
tax breaks
setting.
for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that could be deducted.
Hold on.
They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now.
Let's see if it can be done on hard mode.
You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America.
Well, let's see if we can do it. It's probably doable, but it's a question of if I can do it.
No.
As many secondary objectives.
They're making great sacrifices. 8.2%.
This is it.
That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse.
We need to do here. Let's go. Oh, I do remember this.
A minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future
All right, let's go
with
get
affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leaves, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities, so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you.
All right. Hold on. Well, let's go ahead and do that.
The working people.
Let's at least start doing this correctly.
The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires
We're going to need to.
It's not fair.
Get the depots.
We have two ways to go.
Is the problem.
Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy.
Here we go. So we need to find all the depots.
That's the proposal.
And then we can probably get the liberation.
You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share.
Come on.
Look. Too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing.
Definitely going to want some.
In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice.
We don't care about Monaspa.
If they change
we're not going to be able
the
to build
size
enough
of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag.
Go ahead and build some traps.
Put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it.
All right, let's find all of the depots first. And then when we
you probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars.
I have no one left.
And you get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers.
We should be able to take out all of the
I'm also
town
getting rid
centers
of
with
junk
trebuchets.
fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8.
Actually,
banks and credit card companies
take them over here. Perfect.
Are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection, and that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and $30-some. They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it, but I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating.
All right. There we go.
Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front.
We need to convert.
So there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now.
That's right. There is one over there, and we need Treads to take it out because there's manganese.
100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read.
How are you supposed to do all this in 17 minutes?
I believe that given the opportunity
That's
for
a lot of
majority
shit.
in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win. He viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me.
Go ahead.
I'd be a winner. Not really.
Ooh.
Just as useless to you as they were to me.
Where's all the depots? I think we need to plan this out instead of just running around.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed.
Yes. Definitely do your homework.
Illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing, and it's worth it taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks,
did he just try and
I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done.
Did he literally just try and justify being cruel to immigrants? Did we hear that correctly?
And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country.
I
will not.
You just tried to make it less appealing for them to actually come over here, so what?
I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers. and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all American.
They talk nice and stab us in the back. Are they even talking nice, though? Like,
look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him.
That is a lot.
But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
9 minutes.
But 59 years later, their forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis is a great friend to many of us here, but if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Right Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBEW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice, fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And pattern after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade.
Are you kidding me right now?
To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safe.
So I don't know where this last depot is. It must be
here
here
before I
somewhere.
took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then.
What is that guy screaming
Through
about?
my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime
Can you
fell
guys
to one of its
maybe,
lowest levels in more than 50
I don't know,
years.
stop them from attacking
But we have more to do.
What are
Let's
you
help cities
doing, you
invest in more
asshats?
community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust as they've been doing by taking executive action on police reform. And calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the Federal Enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message. So everyone in this room, in this chamber.
That's probably not going to work, is it?
The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
Where is this depot?
I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners.
Come on.
You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad.
So we got to
including
start
in the
over,
Middle East.
unfortunately.
I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching.
So the hardest one
for
is
so
going to
many
be
people,
the
for
South
the Israeli
here.
people, for the Palestinian people,
This is it.
and so many here in America.
Either way,
This crisis began
so
on
we're going to
October
go
7th
ahead.
with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence.
Please,
The deadliest
just take
day
these
for the Jewish people
I
since the
have
Holocaust.
no one left to protect me.
And 250 hostages taken. Here in
We
this
just need
chamber
to
tonight,
stop.
our
Well, right
families
there,
whose
bro.
loved ones
Let's
are still
go.
being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring everyone of your loved ones home.
What remains of them.
We also This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed.
I was down,
most
though.
of whom
Yep.
are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocent women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelter.
And we
no
bait them
U.S.
into
boots
the
will
castle.
be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do.
A good look there, friend.
I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. There's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel.
I know there's camels here, and that's going to be a problem.
For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
How is it unfair economic practices?
I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. There's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more.
Can you go and fight the damn
Keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way.
Can you got? What are you doing?
And when they don't.
Seriously, what is your fucking malfunction? Get over here and attack the damn.
The song
seriously,
help from Dennis
attack this fucking town center.
One of the most significant laws
Are you
ever.
fucking kidding me right now?
Helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins.
Holy
who
shit.
now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home. But we owe them and their families.
Now we have to go through and do this all over again.
We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will.
My God. What are you doing? Attack.
Let me close with this. Yay.
Oh my God.
I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. Between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy.
So we're going to have to do
a future based on core values.
A bunch of attacks
America.
here.
Honesty,
all at once.
Decency, dignity, equality. To respect everyone.
Those
to give everyone a fair shot. To give hate no safe harbor. Now other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. That's not me. I was born amid World War II when America stood for the freedom of the world.
I
grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard.
All right, let's see if we can't bait that.
Dr. King was assassinated because of the riot.
Doing something useful.
I became a county councilman
probably end up
almost by accident.
Actually, you know what? We shouldn't sacrifice.
I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president, or first black president. Now president to the first women. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal. It deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What a relief it is to be rid of that horrid garrison. As long as you protect us, we will supply and house your army.
Well, good evening. We just concluded this year's NATO summit, and the consensus among the members was it was a great success. It's especially momentous because it represented the 75th year, the most important military defense alliance in the world's history of the world. We should never forget that NATO grew out of the wreckage of World War II, the most destructive war in history. The idea was to create an alliance of free and democratic nations who would commit themselves to a compact of collective defense. Standing together, they knew we'd all be safer. An attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. And it's worked because a would-be aggressor knows if they attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us. Sending that message is the best way to deter aggression and prevent wars in the first place. For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening when Putin invaded Ukraine. Some of the oldest and deepest fears in Europe roared back to life. Because once again, a murderous madman was on the march. This time, no one cowered in appeasement, especially the United States. We collected intelligence that Russia was planning to invade Ukraine months before the invasion. I directed the intelligence community to a significant amount of intelligence to be classified so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion. Then in February, some of you remember, I warned the world that the invasion was imminent. I rallied the coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine,
son of a bitch!
He thought it was.
It's always that one.
Russia.
What the fuck?
The capital would fall in less than a week.
Load.
But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv
clearly
still
not
stands,
enough time.
and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. NATO is not only stronger, NATO is bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance. And it makes a gigantic difference. Excuse me. Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear he has no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." In fact, the day after Putin invaded Ukraine, here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said. But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security. And I believe the obligation of Article 5 is sacred. And I remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin. I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do.
Not dead.
Now,
Carry on now.
the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than a political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come.
This trading outpost
Every
leads to
American
the fabled
must
Silk
ask
Road.
herself or
We
himself,
should capture it and
the world safer with NATO? Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances. I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We are an indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote. Now let me turn to 3 other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares. Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office. Third, for months, the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan in writing. It was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close. We're making progress. The trend is positive. And I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now. Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation. Our leadership matters. Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. With that, I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here. Reuters, Jeff Mason.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside. Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look,
Oh, what a relief
I wouldn't have
it is
picked
to be
Vice
rid of that
President Trump
horrid
to be Vice
garrison.
President.
As
But I
long
think
as
she's
you
not
protect
qualified
us,
to be president.
we will supply
Let's
and
start
house
there.
your army.
Number one. The fact is that the consideration is
Oh, my
that I think I'm the
goodness.
most qualified person to run for president.
All right.
I beat him once.
Trying to attack
And I will beat him
multiple
again.
sides is clearly
The idea.
not all it's cracked up to
I
be.
served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add,
I am hard but not
there are at
dead.
least 5
Carry on.
presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I had.
Hold on. Did we not? Okay.
We have done it later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We got more work to finish. There's so much, we've made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We've created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs.
So what? Did they both get overwritten now?
Things are moving.
Oh my God.
We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down, and so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
Well, this is it.
Thanks.
You have achieved our
Thank you, Mr.
greatest
President.
triumph,
I
for we return
wanted to
from
ask
the
you
brink of
about
chaos.
your mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. Officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference?
City of Ardabil is
Have you seen a more successful
We should
conference?
crush what remains
What do you
of
think?
them.
And
Their
the
hands are
Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, now, at the very end, I said, Putin, I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea that anybody suggests
We have pillaged resources from this Persian supply depot.
we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference, I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of
just
Biden.
take these buildings.
Because Biden did
I
the
have no
following.
one left to protect me.
Look, folks, this is well, anyway.
Get your arse.
I thought it was
Get
most
your
successful
arse.
conference
Don't
for a long
worry.
time.
Once mighty
And find me a
But
world
now
leader who
they
didn't
are
think
the
it was.
shots lackeys.
Next
we should
one.
burn down their fortress
Nancy Cordes.
so that they cannot
CBS.
reinforce his army.
Thank you, Mr. President. You had mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge, but what makes this moment in history so unique is that consider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued?
By
is
the way, this
unfit
didn't
to
age
return to
well,
the Oval
because this was the speech where he was adamant that everything was fine.
I'm not in this for my legacy.
We have pillaged
I'm in
resources
this
from this
complete
Persian
job I
supply
started.
depot.
As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists
I
thought
pray that you
my
have come
initial
to free us from Michelle's
initiatives that I
tyranny.
put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job.
Get your
And under
arse.
my
Oh,
plan
what a relief
so far
it is
and
to
what's
be
going to
rid of that
happen
horrid
in
garrison.
the future if I
As
am
long as you
reelected,
protect us,
that things
we
are
will
going to get much
supply
better.
and house your
Our
army.
economy's growing. I was determined when I got elected. Stop trickle-down economic theory. If the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down at his kitchen table. middle-class people and workers need help. And so what happened is I decided to implement, was able to implement what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? I mean mainstream economists who said we haven't done well. What have we not done that isn't working? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. I'm not anti-corporate.
We have village resources from this Persian supply depot.
Double. It's time things get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase in corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president. My fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight from behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, surrounded by portraits of extraordinary American presidents. Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington, who showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere those offices, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union, it's not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that. And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that?
As long as you protect us,
does character in public life still matter? I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people, and I know this. We are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth. And the truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much. A cause of American democracy itself.
He had no political capital.
We should unite to protect it.
And he loves us,
in
guys.
recent weeks,
He loves us.
It's become clear to me.
Big Brother loves
I need to
us.
unite my party in this critical
Or I
environment.
guess Uncle Joe loves us.
I
but,
believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal
Why would you
ambition.
go the wrong way?
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation. You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices,
We have
yes,
village
younger
resources
voices.
from this Persian supply depot.
And that time and place is now. Over the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president. That means I'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence, or any violence ever, period. I'm going to
Can you die,
speaking
please?
out
Damn.
to protect our kids from gun violence.
It is to be rid of that horrid
A
garrison.
planet from climate crisis
As
is
long
the
as you
existential
protect
threat.
us, we will supply and
And I will
house
keep
your
fighting for my cancer moonshot, so we can end cancer as we know it, because we can do it. I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform, because this is critical to our democracy, Supreme Court reform. You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, and report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin from taking over Ukraine, doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history. I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, and bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war. We're also working around the clock to bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. You know, we've come so far since my inauguration. On that day, I told you, as I stood in a winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities. We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. We came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. Today we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities. Manufacturing has come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation. We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of the most significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials. You know, most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years. And today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office. I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America, and be a president for all Americans. That's what I've done. I ran for president 4 years ago because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world. That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now. In just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I've made my views known. I I'd like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country.
Okay, we got 3
Now
minutes.
the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice,
We're missing a supply depot?
remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office, alongside the bust
Why are we
of
missing
Dr.
a
King
supply
and Rosa
depot?
Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention,
Good trading post.
whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic, Franklin's response was,
Is this the
republic,
trading post?
if you can keep it. A republic, if you can keep it. Whether we keep our republic is now in your hands. My fellow
We're gonna
Americans,
need
it's been
that.
the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter, from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. Here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities, of dreamers and doers, of ordinary Americans doing extraordinary things. I've given my heart and my soul to our nation, like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you. The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule, the people do. History is in your hands. The power is in your hands.
No.
The idea of America lies in your hands.
All you need to do is defend.
You just have to keep faith. Keep the faith. And remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's simply nothing beyond our capacity. And we do it together. So let's act together. Preserve our democracy. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
Oh my god, this is infuriating.
We have pillaged resources from this Persian supply depot.
So we got that, and then we're still not able to get this stupid castle. Oh my god. That's pretty frustrating. Was that the whole thing? Was that it? Okay. If that was it, and since I'm not doing very well on this campaign, I think that's as good as any place to end it. Tomorrow, we'll go ahead and pick up on the various issues that we'll run across, I'm certain, and then we'll continue discussing the current events that keep happening. He was this late for a 5-minute press conference. Yeah. Tomorrow, we're also probably going to do a Puerto Rico discussion. Just to, have a little bit of, nuance in the mix. And from there, we'll probably get into our alien conspiracy theory. Wait, no, it's tomorrow, Thursday. Okay, Friday is we'll do. Sorry, we're gonna have a discussion on Puerto Rico on Friday, but we're also gonna do our conspiracy theories on Friday. Anywho, tomorrow we will pick up with whatever current events we can find and muster, and hopefully nothing crazy happens in this dystopian nightmare we live in. So, with that being said, thank you all. Good night, and see you tomorrow.